complete their inquiries. Nairobi High Court Magistrate Paul Mutai ordered that Kevin Ngoge be held at Gigiri Police Station, Daniel Mwangi at Pangani Police Station, and Police Constable Elijah Kibelion at Ruaraka Police Station.
And considering the public interest this matter has generated, their safety cannot be guaranteed. And pursuant to provisions of Article 49 of the Constitution, I will allow the application made by prosecution. The respondents will be detained in custody for the next 30 days pending conclusion of investigations. And they'll be detained as follows. First respondent, you will be detained at Ruaraka Police Station. Second respondent, you will be detained at Pangani Police Station. The third respondent, you will be detained at Gigiri Police Station.
Mutiso was shot dead in broad daylight on 29th July in Nairobi's Upper Hill area while traveling to work in a taxi. Police believe the killing was planned and that the suspects were promised 1.5 million shillings to carry out the murder. Investigators say 100,000 shillings was paid as a down payment before the killing. Police have also recovered a motorcycle, 2 Toyota Prado vehicles, and a police rifle believed to have been used in the crime. The case will be mentioned again on the 10th of next month. 5 current and former Nakuru County officials and a land vendor are expected to appear in court today after being arrested by the ESCC. The suspects are linked to alleged irregularities in the 95 million shillings purchase of land for the construction of the proposed Lanet Umoja Health Center. The ESCC says the land was acquired in the 2019-2020 financial year, despite the county having allocated only 23 million shillings for the purchase. They are facing potential charges including abuse of office, conspiracy to commit an economic crime, and procurement-related offences. Treasury Sayers John Mbadi says Kenya's economy remains resilient despite global economic challenges. Speaking in Naivasha during a meeting of UDA and ODM delegates, Mbadi said the country has enough foreign exchange reserves to cover 6 months of imports without significant fluctuations.
That is why we don't have much shocks, even regardless of what is happening in the global economy. Savings, this I need to speak to. Savings have risen from 1.5 trillion in 2022 to 2.85 trillion by June 2026 in this country. Total savings.
In other news, the International Commission of Jurists has called on security agencies to tame Gunism, warning that if unchecked, it could plunge the country into electoral-related violence in 2027. Speaking to journalists, ICJ Kenya chairperson Christine Alai warned that the hiring of youth to disrupt political gatherings mimicking what preceded the 2007 post-election violence. Alai urged the security agencies to focus on early interventions as political competition intensifies, emphasizing that the security situation requires decisive action.
We are not satisfied. We feel exposed as citizens and as a country. We are asking questions of the duty bearers. We want to see more action. We want to see tangible results. We want to see it. When there's action, we will see it. We want to see more than statements.
At the same time, National Police Service spokesperson Mushiri Nyaga reaffirmed their commitment to eradicating Gunism, saying a task force has been established to address the menace.
Gunism is really not entirely a police matter. This is also a societal problem. The continued mapping of goons and areas is currently underway because we've been able to also identify and say we have very high, and moderate situations when it comes to goons as we move towards the general election. There's a special team that has been tasked to give us an answer at the DCI headquarters.
And the government has placed 18 counties on alert over the risk of El Nino-related heavy rains expected from October. The Met Department says there is an 81% chance of a strong El Nino with a 97% likelihood that its effects will continue into early next year. A national assessment has identified the risk of floods, landslides, drought, disease outbreaks, and damage to buildings and roads. The counties at risk are Tana River, Kilifi, Lamu, Mombasa, Kwale, Kisumu, Busia, Siaya, Homa Bay, Migori, Turkana, Baringo, West Pokot, Narok, Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera. Nairobi has also been identified as a high-risk city. National Emergency, Multi-Agency, and County Emergency Response teams have been placed on alert. The government says additional areas may be included following further assessments. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
at SpiceFM KE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of Parliament, they go to State House, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did Parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
We will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Are we here? Are we?
I am here. Are you here?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I am.
Uh-huh.
How are you?
Mi niko fiti.
Wewe haujalala?
Sijalala.
Why?
We are doing a coverage of impact. So we were having impactful conversations yesterday, and that impact also impacted on my sleep.
It would appear as though it did. I am sorry.
But I'm here.
Uh-huh.
I am here.
How many hours did we do?
6 to midnight.
No. How many hours of sleep?
3, you say?
This is not good for a young man who is developing. Doctor says, apart from eating an apple a day, you must get at least
8 hours.
8 hours of sleep. So,
where you are, Leo? After 10 a.m. Aye.
I don't know what you're talking about. But it's all right.
It's all right.
You've been through worse, and guess what? You've survived it. So even this too shall pass. You'll be okay. My job today is to keep you awake.
Thank you.
But I believe I'm up to the task.
You are.
And even to the task as well. A very good morning to you. And we're getting into Tuesday.
Wewe uko aje?
Mimi niko salama.
Nice. Good to see you.
Yes, good to see you too.
Burgundy or maroon?
Which one do you want?
Tell me.
This is burgundy.
Burgundy.
Because it got a,
So your lippy and your top go hand in hand.
Well, yeah, something like that. Kind of. It's a mix of things.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's Tuesday, so that means Monday's gone, thank God. And just in case anybody's wondering, today's the 11th of August.
Yeah.
It's not the 11th of May, for example. It's the 11th of August.
Yeah.
Today is the day. This is the second Tuesday of August in the 5th year of the election cycle in which you should be at an election.
Which means that all the elected parties that we have today are illegitimate.
A temporary
incumbency.
Yes.
Yes. So let's look at what temporary incumbency means and the powers that then are stripped off those who are in office temporarily. Important. Who would have ever thought in your lifetime would experience this?
I know. So Justice Sunday, in her wisdom, decided, you know what? This is what the law says. But what we are going to do is we're just going to hold off on this and insist that in 2027 that the IEBC implements this. Sawa?
No, follows the law.
Yeah, that too. Good morning.
Yeah.
It's Tuesday, so that means Skitty is here.
Yep.
Skitty, good morning. I can't see because it's just reflecting all over the place.
Skitty
Marion, good morning. How are you this morning? One hand like a princess, beauty princess. How do you wave? Wash the window wave. Who else is here? Yeah. Mutanu already, her voice is like a fairy.
Yeah.
So then now today her voice is almost not there. She says it'll come back. I don't know if it's like a thing. But a voice will be here. And Joy B is here this morning. To all the ladies who are running things for the Situation Room, Karibuni Asanteni Sana.
Yeah.
And a very good morning to you. Hope everybody's doing well and clicking into it proper. School trips are a thing, you guys. You know, school trips right now, everybody's going on a school trip.
Everybody's going to Parliament today. Others are going outside country. Others are going
outside
Mombasa.
the city, Masai Mara, you know. We've had a couple of those. And so everybody's off somewhere.
And my favorite niece is coming tomorrow.
Your favorite niece is coming tomorrow? Their trip is to Nairobi? Or she's just coming?
The trip is to Nairobi. Then I want to come see Uncle as well. So, yeah.
Great.
Important.
Fantastic. That's what the season looks like. So, we are in the Situation Room this Tuesday, and we'll let you know a lot of the conversations that we'll be having. Karibu Sana, and thank you for joining us already as you do. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Sindio? Yes. And also to our audience on KTN this morning, Karibu Sana Sana. Thank you for joining us. We'll say hello to you in a minute. And all our silent listeners, thank you for engaging in these conversations, for us to then be able to have and highlight and bring insights to certain things. That's what we do, and we'll continue to do that. I just wanted to say a special something to people today who are bereaved. There's been too many stories of death, and it's just a special call for comfort for each and every person who's going through that today, who's had to deal with the unimaginable loss, an experiential loss of having to deal, or rather feeling of having to deal with such a great loss. So, prayers up and lots of love around, because, we're never too callous to give a little bit of love. Sawa.
Kabisa.
That's where we are this morning. So let me tell you what we'll be talking about today. Before then, we get into it. And you're already asking where frequencies are around the country. Let me tell you what we're doing. So if you are in Nairobi, you need to tune to 94.4. If you're in Malindi, 97.6. Eldoret will take you to 96.7. So Eldoret and Malindi have the inverse of their frequencies, right? So Malindi is 97.6, Eldoret is 96.7, Nakuru at 96.0. I said Nairobi at 94.4. 90.9 is where you are in Nyeri, and Mombasa is 87.9, and Kisumu at 102.5. Sawa. Up on the Tuko, so Karibu. All right, our conversations today will span an interesting number of things. Of course, we're going to be looking at the politics. It's a year to the election, and for us to then be able to understand or insights or grab a few insights into what the situation is. We start off our conversations this morning at 7 o'clock with the former IEBC CEO, Chair James Oswago. IEBC funding gaps ahead of 2027 is what we're going to be looking at. So funding gaps, how are you going to be able to do that? How did they do it, if they did it before? So James Oswago joins us. We'll have that conversation, a candid one, I'm sure we will, in terms of what's going to happen. So when you ask for 67 billion and you get 41, how do you fill those gaps? Is the 67 billion actually, you need it for everything? So let's come to understand that. We'll come to understand that a little bit, seeing as somebody who is within the corridors, because, the folks at IEBC currently are just a tad busy. At 8 o'clock, of course, we'll look into the politics with the Deputy Party Leader of the Jubilee Party, Jeremiah Kioni. The road ahead, unpacking governance, political alliances, and mobilizations ahead of 2027. We will have a 2027 conversation every day moving forward towards 2027, just to be able to have an idea of what things are and how they are moving. All right. There's a funding gap at the IEBC, but there's also a funding gap in education. Our 9 o'clock conversation is going to look at higher education funding. And again, another thing that we will look at. It is been said, and it continues to be said, and beyond it being said, it is a reality that come the end of this month, in the next 2 weeks, 294,000 new students will be reporting to universities across the country, across to the 38 public universities in the country. In terms of the funding for this, just a week before the announcement of loans, it was announced that you just show up, school is going to be, it's going to be free. The government is going to take care of it. And then everybody just kind of rested on their laurels. And then a week after that, you're told, actually, you know what? Yeah, we're not going to be able to do that. What we're going to do is going to loan you the money. You're going to pay it back at 3 times what you've been paying to help. And then everybody can go to school. So you, Cabinet Secretary, go look for some money. Cabinet Secretary comes, says, we're going to look for money. Okay, well, it should be fun because we don't know exactly how that is going to work. But you know what? We're hurtling down because people are going to school anyway. Evaluating help loans, government funding and the student burden, Dr. Maina Wagaidhoro is the Secretary General of the National Parents Association of Kiambu and Central Region. And Michael Soy is the Chief of Staff, University of Nairobi Students Association. We'll be having that conversation with both of them at 9 o'clock. So that's what it looks like today. Let's go to Nouakchott.
Yes, Nouakchott. That is the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, or just Mauritania. One thing that stands out, like we said, is the fact that they have the heaviest and longest train in the world. The iron ore train that is used to transport iron ore. So they have gold and copper as well. That then goes further to stimulate or rather push the economy of the country. But the problem that you get from this country today, if you knock and no one answers, at least you know which door not to return to.
Kabisa?
If you knock and no one answers, at least you know which door not to return to.
If you knock and no one answers, you know which door not to return to. Yeah, because, you're not going to invite yourself again. If you've asked for help here, or you've asked for company, or you've looked for love, or whatever it is may be, on this particular door, and nobody's opening it, keep it moving, my sister.
Moving. Out. Yeah. Ni hivyo tu venye umesema. You see, hakuna kubembelezana. I will come, ask, request. You're not there, you're not giving. It's cool. I'm out.
Done, dusted.
Yeah.
Move.
Tunasonga bana.
Next.
Nikuoga ukirudi soko.
Next. Yes.
Yeah.
True.
Because many will use that opportunity to humiliate you. So learn. Don't expose yourself like that, because then again, what will follow later will just be full of pain. Deal with these kidogo pain as you move and fix yourself, Also, not all doors are supposed to be opened anyway. Not all doors should be opened.
Absolutely.
Some are meant to be closed.
Some are not meant to be open, so just let it.
Yeah, let it stay shut.
Kabisa. All right. So let's say hello to everybody. Are you tuned in? I can see that a lot of you are. And just tell us where you're tuned in from this morning if you get an opportunity to do so. And let's say a quick hello to you as we get into things this morning. Ooh, Mutanu. I can just say because, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Boom. All right. I know people are wondering, what is it every morning that Nduh has to send to Mutanu? One day. One day we'll say. Okay. Kiari Peter says, good morning from Barasa. Yes. People need to understand that once you go through your worst time alone, you really don't care who stays in your life anymore.
You just interpreted the proverb. You see.
Kiari, are you a winch?
You see.
Are you a winch?
Yeah.
Because what? Exactly. That is it.
What's there to fear anyway? Yeah.
Robert Tobago says, good morning, he's tuning from Mombasa. And Georgia Demo says, good morning, tuned in, listening from Rongo.
Rongo is raining. It's Migori.
Rongo is where you are from. All right, okay. Rogers Nyange says, good morning, tuned in from Birikani in Voi, and from Atiak, Uganda is where Kisa Daniel is tuned in this morning. Don Sabwa says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Buana Aseto.
Yes.
Do you know to date in the Constitution election, do you know to date is... Today is that I think you're trying to say.
Yes.
Is the Constitution election day?
Yes.
Who could be the newly elected president of Kenya and the Nairobi governor?
I will tell you, Sijui. But let's just wait for 2027 that we will know. Today. Are you ready for Tuesday?
Yes, remember Tuesday. Are you really ready for Tuesday?
Yeah.
So the delegated responsibility, according to this ruling, goes back to the people today. Yes. All right. Ole Moai says, good morning, people. Greetings from Doha in Qatar. The temperature is 50 degrees. My lord.
50?
So you just cook them.
50 is half the boiling point. Can you imagine?
Somebody like me, I cannot survive there. Hey, Oh, no.
And then it's a port city. You can imagine the humidity. Anyway.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, pole.
I've been when the temperatures are human.
Yeah.
Not when the temperatures are this hell, devil, like literally Satan's house.
Yeah.
Not like that, but I mean in terms of the heat, my dear. Ole, please, if you can, as I know it's all over Qatar, get into an air-conditioned room, something, please, and drink a lot of water. My goodness.
Yeah, I was also checking the other day how Europe as well is going through the worst heat stroke ever.
Heat wave, yeah.
Heat wave. And their rivers are drying. Water supply is a problem. Even because they use nuclear power, so cooling system as well for these plants is crazy. They're actually shutting them down. So climate change, knock.
Is real. Good morning, Spice. Leonie Leo, says Henry. The word after it is said, the moment or opportunity after it is missed, time after it is gone, and trust after it is lost cannot be recovered. That's true. Leo, very good morning to you. Hello, Princess Nduh and Aseto. Can we as a nation say no more child will be disappeared? The numbers are a story of society without humanity and a dead conscience to what life means.
Yep.
Hi, Ipoa.
Yes.
Eric Otieno died a week and a day ago. Hello. A week and a day ago. Have we exactly? You see the look on your face? Like, hold on a minute. Nobody said anything? No. Yeah, exactly. You're shocked? Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Yes. A week and a day ago. No answers, no body being brought to book. But why are you surprised? If what we're hearing from the DCI himself, who can tell us that people who were convicted of a crime have gone back to serve as active police officers, then anything can happen.
True.
Gangsters' paradise is what we're dealing in. Absolutely. Am I being sensational? Yes, I am. Because if you don't, that is how we continue to see this daylight robbery over the values of humans. Yes, I am. I am. Now even do the answer. Yes. Exactly.
That kabodi, what is it for? Anyway.
Don't even get me started. Kimiak. Yes, yesterday. That's why. Kimiak says, Jana, I was MIA. Yes, you were. Kenya Power did the thing all Sunday and Monday morning. Oh, no. They turn out the lights. Don't turn out the lights. But today, I'm in fine form to remind you that nothing good will come out of the Kenya Kwanzaa administration.
We welcome your fine form.
Good morning, Kimiak and Karibu Sana. Let's get into it today. Leo says, the El Nino will expose our lack of disaster management and talk shop that was in the National County of Nairobi. That was the National and County of Nairobi collaboration on its drainage and clean up of riparian land, including State House wall. Use commas, Leo, so that I can be clear of what you're saying. Commas are your friend. But I get what you're saying. Yeah. Meanwhile, hello, what's going on with Nairobi? I thought that they said that the streets would be lit up. And what was the time period for this rehabilitation of Nairobi?
There was no timeline. We're just working with the Nairobi County government.
Is the panel, are they a panel or a committee? I don't even know. What are they?
Yeah, that one.
It has Musalia Mudavadi, it has Johnson Sakaja, it has Dorcas Odur, it has some. Are they actually getting to it? Do we see the money being spent? Do we see Nairobi being lit up? Is it happening? Hello? Meanwhile, I want my chapati machine. Can you imagine? I'm saying now it's mine.
Methinks.
Can you imagine the entitlement?
Methinks, and respectfully so, that Musalia Mudavadi has a lot on his plate.
Surely, he's got a lot to do, which would, as you would say, beg the question. Does he have time to politic?
No.
Surely.
Because
you've got Nairobi, you've got now the whatever of IBEC, Mofa, then you're still the special super
Prime,
CS, Prime Cabinet Secretary, sorry.
And then now Nairobi.
Then Nairobi.
No.
Wow. Okay.
And then politics as well.
Wairimu wa Jesus, wa Jesu. Says, good morning from Zurich in Switzerland. A very good morning to you, Wairimo. James says, hello. We are due for 5 year pure years of we are due for 5 years of a pure value system overhaul where ethics, morals, and honesty will count more than means and gifts, where the end won't justify the means.
Yeah.
Indeed. Nashon Gogi says, good morning. The CS Transport must resign. What happened? Individuals hanging outside matatus must stop. Yeah,
yes.
Because somebody is about to fall off the thing and smash your head to smithereens. On Saturday evening, I saw the same thing happening. People are just behaving like, in fact, clowns in a circus on the trapeze are even better. What the heck?
You know, the sad thing is, these instances have led to death. Because remember, there is that incident that happened at a university in Nairobi, where students during an election were hanging precariously on vehicles, and it overturned. The same happened over the weekend when students were actually going for a funeral from Mombasa and it overturned again.
Terrible.
It's not the first time this is happening. We have a transport CS and TSA. It is good to arrest people who are crossing on non-designated areas. But then again, what's your role in ensuring that traffic rules are followed and respected?
And let me just say this here. You see this nonsense that people do hanging on the side of matatus and the boom twaf music, whatever that's happening, and then you want to hang out and then you want to behave as if you have a control over. It's not cool. I do not care whether you are 15, 22, 37, 55. Across age, it is not cool. You know what? You will die.
Let me tell you.
You will die. Stop it. It's still 1993. Stop it.
The boom 12 you're talking about. This time I was having a conversation with an ear doctor, an ENT, and this guy said this. Today, the greatest resource we have are listening to this boom 12, right? By the time they're getting to that age where then they're plugging back into the community, guess what the country is doing? Spending a lot of resources to treat hearing conditions. Yet, if the government just maintained its rules and said this boom 12 is illegal, we would have these individuals plug into the community in a way that is expected. So, ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
I don't care. 15 minutes of fame, you're driving stop it. It's not cool. It doesn't look cool, it doesn't sound cool. If you thought it was a way of I rode in a matatu where no, it's not. It's actually dumb. It's dumb.
Yeah, it's dumb.
You die. Stop it. For real. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Right. So, A very good. Where did
Liumi.
everybody go? Liumi, bonjour mes amis. There is massive plundering happening in Kakamega. Illegal Chinese-led daylight robbery. It gets worse. The Chinese are using mercury with their dredges in River Yala. Whoa, low.
Yeah, illegal gold mining.
Yeah, it's happening. Erica War says, good morning, guys. Decombo says, good morning, Wakurugenzi. We are no longer slaves to fear. We are the sons and daughters of God. We surrounded by the arms of the Father and the breath of deliverance. We've been liberated from our bondage. Amen. Miss Pia says, good morning, Spices. Dennis, you know almost everything about the country you choose for the proverb. It's called research. Is it research prior, or are you just very good in your geography and history? You do it very well.
Tunatembea pia. I just came back from Mauritania. I interacted with the people.
Welcome back.
I did not wear shorts because I would have gotten arrested.
Yes, you would have. Jeff Bett says, good morning, good people. Jennifer Tenny says, good morning, our darling Dennis. Do feel loved. I feel loved. The colors are inspiring me. Good morning, Spice family. Blessed day, y'all. And to you too. Benjamin Kamande says, good morning, good people. Continue doing the good work of spearheading important conversations. Asante sana. Haro says, Emily, keep Kilach. Good morning to you. Cliff Sunday says, good morning, Team Spice. As always, much appreciation of all that you do as you help steer the country into a healthier mental state, unlike these leaders who keep promising but never delivering results. Yeah, well. Eric Nganga says, good morning, Team Spice family. The bread-based regime has officially left Kenyans to the doggies and continued chest thumping through the 2027 election. Yeah, well, everybody's in Naivacha. Someone Bembo says, good morning. As you tune in, have no mweshimiwa. As from today, we have no waheshimiwa, and the salary they're paid is only theft from the people of Kenya. Ukweli tuanze kusema. Yeah. Wanda says, good morning, Nduh, Aseto from Toronto. Happy Tuesday. Aseto, a 10-minute power nap helps reduce the effects of sleep deprivation.
True.
Yes, it does. It'll do magic for you. Pace Timer says, good morning from Magadi. Opposition has vowed to remain united. The broad base has said they must win the election. Interesting scenes, but just know one group is not saying the truth, or even both. Well,
yeah.
Indeed. Melbourne, knock, good morning to you. Karibu sana. Open the door. This one we will open. A tune from Machakos is Ulamake. Good morning to you. Bwangi Juma is also here this morning and says, how are you all? We are well. Thank you so much. To the UDA and ODM, watch the Lumakanda resilience in Kakamega. Sifuna reception in cold and night. Okay. Sabadheri Team Spice, salams kibao from Pwani. Aseto Jana, you mentioned notwithstanding severally in your conversations on KTN. You said notwithstanding.
Yeah.
Rogers Lai says good morning. Tips Muge says good morning from Team Spice. Is the refinery being built made for energy alone? Another country probably needs to make a refinery for plastic. It's big money. Also, can you invite Gloria or Woba? All right.
Okay.
Let's see. Vincent says, good morning, Team Spice. Kampala is watching and listening. Clive is also tuned in. Remember that from today, he's the acting president. Yes. I didn't expect you to let that go. Bitter Herb says, good morning. We are inside the 5th year. Yes, we are. In fact, we are on the second Tuesday of August. Inside the 5th year. Yeah. I loved how
Which
Willie
according
said yesterday,
to the Constitution is
election day.
Thanks.
I love how Willie said you need to know the difference between inside and outside. Inside, and you need to also know how to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Within 5, before you get to 6, look for the second Tuesday inside that year. Hapo ndio tuko. Today's the day. Leo ni leo.
Sema kesho.
Exactly. Yeah. Masharia Jerry says, good morning, Team Spice. Haiti voodoo is working for the Kenyan policemen or something. That's for sure. Good morning, watu wote wa Spice. Aseto, muliletewa uji muonje. Mtu fulani anauliza.
Muulize.
Princess Nduh.
Muulize.
Well. I'm on it. Before this week is, by the time this night is over. Okay, by the time this week is over, don't you worry. Just nature. Good morning, beautiful people. Nothing much to say, but Ruto must go. Wow, okay. As long as George Ruto is in the Matatu industry, nothing will happen to the rogue industry. People will die. I'm going to say, I don't care who it is. I'm saying it today. You continue that nonsense, people will die. It's not cool. I will repeat it. It's just like it's not cool for this rampant sexual behavior that people are doing without protecting themselves. You see those two things? Those two things kill you. The Matatu nonsense and this sexual behavior nonsense. It will kill you. True. So put them in the same box because that's what we're dealing with.
You take some Kool-Aid and
Sam says otherwise. Otherwise. Vijana tulinde nchi. Harun Kimathi says good morning, tuning from Japan. Rose Gray says good morning, Nduh and Aseto. We love you and the good work you are doing. Asante sana. Winnie Rose says from today you invite the political class. Kindly start the greetings with good morning, temporary incumbent.
Kabisa.
Gotta love it. Absolutely. In fact, I like that idea very much.
Yeah.
And I think that is what we must do because we are law abiding
citizens.
Sindio?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in this morning. Thank you for being here. So lovely to have you. Let's get into these conversations together. Right now, let's see what the weather has in store. Is it getting cooler or warmer? We'll see and see what traffic is like today. All right. And then we'll come back and look into the headlines. Thank you so much for getting into the Situation Room this morning. Karibu. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, 12 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi. It's 13 and partly cloudy in Nakuru, while Nyeri at 11 is mostly cloudy. 12 degrees and clear in Eldoret, while looking into Kisumu is 18 degrees and we'll see a high of 30. 16 degrees and clear conditions into Kakamega. Mombasa at 20 is already sunny this morning, and it's 24 and partly sunny into Malindi, while at 17, Marsabit will be sunny through most of Tuesday. It's 17 and cloudy, looking into Kampala, while Dar es Salaam at 21 is sunny. It's 4 degrees, temperatures dropping even lower in Johannesburg, and it's 25 and clear into Lagos, while clear conditions in London at 16 and 32 and partly sunny into Beijing. New York, Monday night is clear at 24. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see a high of 31 and a low of 23.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spices, everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, where are you this morning? If you're on the Thika Superhighway, you'll experience a little bit of traffic as you get towards the Pangani underpass. Before that, we're not really seeing much. You're coming all the way from the railroad interchange out through towards Clayworks and then out towards the CBD without an issue this morning. So yay, good things. On North Airport Road, heading out towards Mbakasi, we're going to see a little bit of a hold up, and we're likely to see that that's going to clog up a little bit more later. Apart from that, wherever it is that you're getting into the city this morning, inbound, outbound, it looks pretty good. But we're going to keep an eye on all of this, following up with you, for you, and you with us. Spice FM, KEONX, hashtag The Situation Room.
Habari ndio hii. StarTimes tumejiamulia kukupa raha bila limit. Mwezi huu wa Agosti, lipia subscription yako wape watoto holiday iliyojaa cartoons, adventure na raha tele. Tazama Magical First Discoveries kwenye Baby TV. Enjoy Princess Doremi na Super Wings kwenye ST Kids. Cheki Fireman Sam na Thomas and Friends kwenye Jim Jam. Kisha upate action ya Avatar The Last Airbender kwenye ST Tunes. Nunua aerial decoder kwa shilingi 1399 na dish decoder kwa shilingi 2499 kwenye maduka yetu nchi nzima. Piga *858# na urecharge subscription yako kuanzia shilingi 329 kwa nyota ama shilingi 549 kwa Nova Bouquet. StarTimes, furahia maisha kidijitali.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so we're going to look into the headlines and see what's in store today. Game of numbers is what is on the headline of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. And the road to the election, it's all begun 1 year towards the next election. And their faces. President William Ruto squeaked past the 50+1 threshold in 2022 with a 50.5% of the vote, drawing more than 3.5 million of his 7.1 million votes from Mount Kenya. But his grip on the mountain has since loosened, with his former deputy Rigathi Gachagua tightening his hold on the region after their bitter political divorce. Ruto's UDA is now at the negotiating table with ODM, crunching the numbers for a second-term bid as opposition leaders race to unite and wrestle him from power amid criticism criticism over corruption and poor governance. With 1 year to the 2027 general election, alliances are shifting, the numbers are being crunched, and the stakes couldn't be higher. This is covered on page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 of the Standard. All of those stories come into play here. We also know that there's a broad-based meeting that was happening in Naivasha yesterday. And these perhaps are some of the things that they were discussing. It's to be assumed that 5.7 million 5.7 million votes from the Mount Kenya bloc will be carried by Rigathi Gachagua and Martha Karua. And then if you move from Nairobi County then towards the Eastern Bloc, 1.7 million votes. Western Kenya with 2.22 million. Nyanza with 3.1 million. And the North Rift with 2.36 million. The South Rift with just under a million at 805,000. Northeastern with 1 million votes. And the Coast with 2.2 million votes. That's what the vote spread kind of looks like for Kenya. Who will grab the numbers is the question that's being asked here. And how exactly will that work? Okay, so these are some of the things that we're going to be looking into. And people say, oh, it doesn't matter, it's not important. Actually, it is, because politics is a game of numbers. But can the numbers equate to what Kenyans actually want in terms of leadership?
That's the crux. That's
it. The crux of the matter right here is the numbers will equate to what people want, and that is that's where the secret is. It's in the numbers. And so how you play with those numbers is then heavily dependent on what it is that you're going to then be able to deliver to Kenyans. True. So we'll be looking into that today.
All right.
All right. Court detains officer, rider and driver linked to Motiso's death. Okay, so the courts are quite busy. Detectives allege Bellion fired the fatal shot while 2 others helped execute and coordinate the operation. They cite CCTV footage, call data, and a firearm recovered at the scene to link the trio. Police officer Elijah Kibelion, a border rider, and an alleged key linkman will remain in custody for 30 days as detectives pursue fresh leads into the killing of Dr. Victoria Nduh Motiso. All right, so that's going to continue. Milimani magistrate says if the respondents are released, there is a high likelihood they will interfere with the investigations. So on that, they then took the prosecution's suggestion and decided to detain the 3 suspects in this. Family of slain Mount Elgon politician Wasama cries for justice. He was a parliamentary seat aspirant, Nathan Wasama Masai, who was shot dead last week, and they're crying for justice. Shot dead by whom is what they're trying to ask, and if this person will then be brought to book. He was attacked outside his business premises at the Tuikut by unknown gunmen. It's alleged that 3 men using a motorcycle shot him at close range as he walked to the house from the bathroom. Yikes. Can you see what we are doing?
Yeah.
It continues. It's becoming almost like the modus operandi. You don't like somebody, kill them.
Get rid of them.
And because you're almost sure that very little will be done about it, then you're able to, take the risk. It's very sad. Goons threaten credible polls as police unmoved. Ruto call out over wanton spending during State House visit. Questions are emerging over the huge spending involved in the frequent visits to State House as different delegations continue to stream in to meet President William Ruto. Where is the money coming from? So people are asking, hey, come on now.
There's a question that someone asked yesterday. I don't know if you'd have a response to that. Rather, it's a question I asked someone and they never responded. We talk about IEBC now giving a caps or limits on how much anyone would spend. But how then do you go back and look at how much someone has spent over 4 years? Does that apply to the ceiling that IEBC has set?
What are the mechanisms for actually finding out that how much somebody has spent? And then when you find out, so what?
Where's the source of the money?
No, but is IEBC going to go there?
That's the thing.
You can't lay the rule. You lay the ground rule, but then you've not told us how you're going to actually go ahead and get it done. So when you find out that somebody has spent 6.4 billion shillings, do you say that, you won, but you spent 6.4, so we're going to declare that you're not the winner, or what?
That's the thing.
Yeah, what happens? And then how are you going to track? Are you going to ask for audited receipts? Are you going to ask for invoices and all of this? How? Just asking.
Yeah. So hata wewe una majibu. Ni sawa.
The numbers game, how Ruto and rivals can win the 2027 poll. We're going to look into this, of course, in a little bit more detail. But it's a game of numbers, and we've already told you what those numbers are looking like in terms of registered voters. 1 year to the polls, IEBC battles leadership gaps and a funding crunch. We also know that the IEBC CEO is one Madam Kulundu, and she sits in that position for the next 7 weeks. So let's see what happens after that. Whether they're going to have somebody in place. The 13th Parliament grabs House of Corruption title. Well, I mean, it's interesting because the president actually noted this last year when he said, "Iyo pesa ambayo ilitembea haikufanya kazi," basically.
They also confirmed it themselves. So
they did. And you have people also already telling us that, you know, there was an impeachment, watu walipea 10 million, blah, blah, blah. Okay. How is it okay for you to say that in public? Are you not shy?
That's the thing.
Not like Bishop David Oginde says, you even try and be shamed.
You know, like
act ashamed a little bit.
Kidogo.
Just a retro bit. But no, clearly, you just say it out in the public and it's okay and nobody. Okay. From AI to Boma's tally, the court battles that could put polls in limbo. Where? This AI. This anti-AI in the corner. Let me tell you. From the legality of the Boma's tally to the access, there shouldn't be a Boma's tally, and access to the diaspora vote to AI-driven disinformation and IEBC appointments, a raft of court cases have been filed and will determine how the general election is conducted. All right. Kamal Mudhoni goes into detail, so we'll look into that. Ruto's healthcare for all promises remains elusive as election clears. Why?
And what again?
The promise of health is elusive as the election nears.
Kwa hiyo health ndio kuna sha?
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's elusive.
2/3 rule. You guys, so you just agree once and for all that hii kitu amwezani nayo. You won't agree, not because you can't, just you don't want to. Because if you had wanted to, I mean, the Chief Justice Emeritus said that Parliament should be disbanded on this thing alone. On this thing alone, we should come and go home.
Yeah. Not because they didn't like the country, but because the Constitution demands it.
And you have not met the Constitution.
Thank you.
You, who is a legislative body, out. He recommended to the president, but Uhuru Kenyatta did not do anything about that. So, okay, we keep it moving. So, people went to Naivasha yesterday. Are they still there? They've not finished? Whatever they're doing.
Yet. They're still yet to decide number 2 position. That was the...
They're going to thrash it out. It's those ones for nobody leaves this room until we figure this out.
Yes.
Okay, it's those ones?
Those ones.
So, let's see what will come out. If there will be white smoke, green smoke coming out of Naivasha, or no smoke at all, then everybody can get back to their jobs.
These guys are trying to find that smoke. They forgot everything, including the matches.
In this case, it looks like someone's going to take kerosene and douse the whole thing. Did I say that? I keep remembering that I'm actually speaking out loud. Vision 2060, Kenyans must play a central role in charting the future. It's tomorrow. It's not tomorrow. By the way, it's not tomorrow, the 12th of August.
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
That's my friend Jahira Gitahi, who writes that column today. Get yourself a copy of The Standard. There's quite some to be covered. And, you can get the Standard e-paper as well, www.standardmedia.co.ke. I just wanted to note here that Cameroon, the indomitable Lionesses, took out the Super Falcons. So we have to now, it's a toss-up for 3rd and 4th, but it seems like they're going into the final with Malawi. So the indomitable Lionesses play the Malawi. I don't know which bird or animal the Malawians are called, but it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
All right. The Daily Nation is on Decision 2027 now. Ruto leads UDA, ODM must win election talks. Actually, that is what they said. We must win the elections in 2027. It is not a question of we might win, we must.
So I'm very sorry. I might be a bit slow today.
The temporary incumbents are saying that come the 2027 elections as prescribed by the court, they must win that election. It's not we may, it is we must.
In any way they'll put MCA.
We must win.
Okay. All right. Please carry on.
So there is President William Ruto, together with Governor Susan Kihika, Cecily Mbarire, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, Governor Gladys Wanga, ODM party leader, the youth leader, Oburu Oginga, Mr.
power. And Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi in Naivasha during that broad-based government retreat yesterday, even as they continue to crunch their numbers, crunch their heads, scratch their brains on getting the number 2 position, because that is what everyone wants. Now,
Rocco might have another one, but anyway.
Rocco might have other ideas. Shauri House is part of government. Let them scratch their brains and come up with a decision. Now, President's man, who are we talking about? Zimbabwean businessman Wicknell Chivayo in there together with his wife after Charlene Ruto's traditional engagement in Kilgoris. So now, Wicknell Chivayo, the flashy Zimbabwean tycoon who loves to display his proximity to power, has unfettered access to President Ruto, going by photographs of his private meetings with the head of state. But even by his own standards, Chivayo is gushing over his latest encounter with the president as the dalliance continues to raise eyebrows. A lot has been said against Chivayo, but you know what? This is my guy. Simtulia.
Do you think, I watched that video when they were driving, and do you think it's one of those things like the president was speaking under his breath, oh, stop filming.
Yeah.
We don't need you to be filming this right now. But you know, he just had to keep it moving.
Maybe if that is what he thought, because the president as well has intelligence officers who can tell you that phone, put it away. So in this instance where it was allowed, let's not assume that he wanted that thing.
I'm sorry, please.
I'm telling you, because I remember during Beyond Zero, we were at State House and we were taking photos with former First Lady, Margaret. Immediately we took those photos. Delete those things. Delete those things. Yeah, so we know. Dr. Mutiso murder, officer, 2 other suspects in court. Meskia, officer and 2 other suspects in court. Other 2 officers are in the run. Those are individuals who are supposed to protect you. High school heads in trouble for paying millions to welfare body. So Auditor General says public secondary institutions should not pay taxpayer money to cashier as submission fees. So the Auditor General has flagged the use of millions of shillings in taxpayer money to pay subscription fees to the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association in a far-reaching finding that could cripple the operations of the welfare lobby, representing over 7,000 principals. An analysis of audit reports for public secondary schools shows that in nearly every financial statement reviewed by the Auditor General, schools made annual payments to cashier. Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association.
Why?
Heads Association.
Yes.
I think as a head teacher and you are part of an association, that money should come from your pocket, not from taxpayers, not from the school. Because then we're saying we need more capitation because it is delaying. But even when you get that capitation, where is it going to? Subscription to cashier.
Yep.
Up on the tuko.
Problems.
Problems. So on page 4, it is that story on Wicknell with President William Ruto, the man who has access to the president. And Ruto rallies UDA ODM to unite for poll victory. President says winning will be essential to protect Kenya's development and the future. Kenya's development will be there. Kenya in the future will be there. One thing that is clear is Kenyans will get to decide who gets to develop the country and who gets to be in that future as their leader, as their president, with a donated responsibility. That is for Kenyans to decide. Kalonzo Matiang'i exposed hard road to one opposition candidate. So both back a joint candidate but differ on how the flag bearer should be picked as rival ambitions distrust persist. So we know for a fact that one Matiang'i has insisted that this thing has to be scientific. People must come with scientific results that then would inform who gets to be there. Others are saying, Sirini, numbers. Kuja na numbers, mitakuja na numbers, then we will decide. Me mambo ya science, wacha.
Wow.
Siri ni numbers.
Okay.
Siri ni numbers. Yes. Now, leaders renew unity push, mobilize for election showdown. So, Wiper Patriotic Front leader Kalonzo Musyoka and Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna have separately renewed calls for opposition unity as political formations opposed to President William Ruto intensify mobilization exactly 1 year before the 2027 general election. This, I think, is the correct statement. 1 year to the general election as stipulated by the court. Because if you're talking about the election day, leo, saizi tungekuwa tunakava nchi mbaya sana. Ikifika 6 tunaanza kuhesabu kura. now here on page 8 and page 9, why gangs on the loose threaten credibility of next year's election. You know, politicians are squarely to blame for sustaining these bad manners. Every goon is owned by someone. Get the masses. That is Peter Okoh, who is a crime super executive director. We know the goons. We know they're attached to someone. We equally know that police officers as well are being used or are masquerading as goons themselves. So we know where the problem is. Question is, why are we not addressing the problem? Because in one way or the other, we are accomplices. Highest bidder, why 2027 poll could be battle of big money. We've talked about the billions. My question is very simple. Source of this money is where? How do you track it? How do you audit it? Because if you don't do that and everyone gets to spend whatever it is they want, give me, because remember in 2017, an election was cancelled because of the process. And the process of election starts even before the campaign. Now, if the process is dirty, how do you assure that the results then are free, fair, verifiable as per the constitution?
How exactly?
How? Yeah. Taxpayers lost 14 billion shillings in Safaricom sale after Treasury ignored advice. Kilopoteza how much? 14 billion.
Nice.
After ignoring advice. And the insert picture there is for FCPA, Treasury Cabinet Secretary, John
Your
Badi.
friend.
Yes, my friend, expert. What is the 14 billion?
Nice.
We don't want to talk about what 14 billion can do.
No, please, don't depress us this
But
morning.
remember, EBC have asked for 67. They've been given
I don't know how much
40.
they've been given so far.
I think it's around 40. So 40, if you add this 14 billion, they get to 50. So we're getting closer to 67 to ensure that our election is credible. Our election meets the threshold. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa. Tuangalie star.
You and your hayo kwa sasa. Just be over there in the corner. Because
yes,
the headline on the Star is that the Hustler Fund has hit a new 28 million shilling borrow mark in 4 years. Now, what does that mean? 28 million people have borrowed, or people have borrowed 28 million? Don't understand. Out of the total amount, 95% is deposited into the loanee's mobile wallet. So the other 5% is in some
savings.
I don't know which financial facility is holding it.
Yeah.
Does it gain interest? What do you do with that money?
Who manages this fund?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's under Oparanya's ministry.
Who under his ministry is managing?
See, you'll not be asking me hard questions in the morning. I don't know what's wrong with you. Just be asking me hard questions. What's wrong? Don't like to see me happy?
No,
I don't understand.
Happy is you, and you is happy.
Allah. Just be asking me thesis-based questions in the morning. So, hope for Kilifi cancer patients after county opens a chemo center. Yay, Kilifi! Fantastic.
Where you go.
And why the presidential ticket is turning into a powder keg? Yeah, because everybody wants to be president, and what do Kenyans want? I keep going back to what do Kenyans want? And if they want, what do they want? And it is you who can then deliver. They will show you. But if they're showing you something else, perhaps a word for the wise.
Let's just cut straight to the chase. Yeah.
MPs reject MCA's battle for hefty pension scheme. It's interesting. It's that the MPs have said, you want more money? You MCAs, you want money? No. But when we want,
we will get
ourselves. How motherhood changed their lives, not career dreams. Of course, that story that we're looking into. More than half of prisoners battling scabies infection. It's dirt. Hello. Clean the prisons. Just because they're in prisons does not mean that they have to live in inhumane conditions. Scabies are an end result of poor hygiene. Go.
Sanitation.
Read it anywhere. Read it. It'll tell you that. So if you're saying that more than half of all the prisons that are in the country and all the prisoners, 50% of them are suffering from scabies. Wash it. Good morning. 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. President William Ruto says Kenya Kwanza and ODM will form a joint coalition ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking in Naivasha after a meeting with UDA and ODM leaders, Ruto said the two parties will develop a common manifesto and establish structures outlining their shared policies and priorities. A 10-member team has been formed to spearhead the process, with each party nominating 5 representatives. The two parties' secretaries general will also join the team.
We shall consult together. We shall present our own ideas, and together we shall seek a new national consensus reflected in a people-owned and constitutionally anchored national development charter that defines our shared destination beyond governments, political parties, and election cycles.
Ruto said the platform will incorporate the aspirations of Kenyans and formalize the political partnership that began between the two sides during the lifetime of the late ODM leader Raila Odinga. He said the alliance will seek to present voters with a common agenda in the 2027 general elections. Civil society organizations are calling on Parliament to fast-track pending electoral law reforms, warning that delays could undermine preparations for the 2027 general elections. The organizations under the Uchaguzi platform says only 52 weeks remain before Kenyans return to the polls and are urging lawmakers to address gaps in the electoral system. ALOG National Coordinator Mulia Musau wants Parliament to pass the pending amendments by the end of the fourth quarter of this year. Says this will help align election timelines and address gaps arising from a recent court ruling on the election date.
We insist that the perennial underlying constitutional questions around elections must be progressively settled. We also urge Parliament, because we think rather than waiting until next year once the elections is over, we feel that Parliament needs to enact pending amendments to the electoral laws by the end of the fourth quarter to harmonize these timelines and close the gap this ruling has exposed.
Civil society groups, together with the National Police Service, IPOA, the ODPP and other stakeholders, are developing a strategy to identify and expose sponsors of criminal gangs. The NPS says it has begun mapping areas associated with gangs to identify hotspots and strengthen security preparedness. IPOA says it has also identified gangs that could pose a threat before and after the elections, warning that criminals may infiltrate peaceful protest and turn them into violence. Democratic Party leader Justin Muturi has called on the IEBC to seek legal clarity on the ongoing delimitation exercise ahead of the 2027 election. Speaking in Kitui, Muturi urged the IEBC to consult the Supreme Court within 30 days to resolve outstanding constitutional and legal questions surrounding the process. He warned that leaving the issues unresolved could trigger disputes after the elections and provide grounds for legal challenges to the electoral process, including presidential results. Muturi said early clarification will help ensure the 2027 elections are conducted with greater transparency, certainty, and public confidence.
Kitu inaitwa boundaries delimitation ya nchi hii ilifanyika last 2011-2012. So we have more than 12 years, which is the maximum given in the constitution. Haijafanyika. What does that mean? Mtu ambaye anatafuta ukora, si anaweza sema hii uchaguzi vile imefanyika, kwa sababu nimepelekwa nyumbani na over 70%, nakimbia kotini sema hii uchaguzi haikuwa constitutional kwa sababu hatukuwa tumefanya boundaries delimitation. And you know it's a serious argument. So naambia watu wetu IEBC, in the next 30 days, move to the Supreme Court, get an advisory opinion which becomes an anchor and a buffer.
And across our borders, the treason case against Tanzanian opposition leader Tundu Lissu has resumed 5 months after it was suspended over a legal dispute. Lissu, who leads the Chadema party, was arrested in April 2025 and charged with treason, an offense punishable by death in Tanzania. The Court of Appeal cleared the way for the trial to continue after dismissing a prosecution appeal on 30th July. Lissu has accused the prosecution of deliberately delaying the case to keep him in custody. Chadema says the trial is a test of democracy, the rule of law, and political freedoms in Tanzania. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Timur.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official.
Okay.
My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante,
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used for everything and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you, and thank you for joining us this morning as we get into a number of things that we'll be talking about today. We're very glad to have you in the room this morning. We're going to be talking about funding quite a lot today, and this hour we're going to be talking about election funding. There seems to be a gap. The amount of money that the IEBC has requested doesn't seem to be coming through, but beyond that, what actually is needed to run an election? And when state says that we're going to give you about 20 billion shillings less, or rather when Parliament sits and said what we're going to give you is this amount and it's about 20 billion shillings less than you have asked for, how then do you meet the gaps ahead of 2027 is a question that we're going to be asking to former CEO of the IEBC, Major James Oswago, and he's with us in the Situation Room hot seat this morning. Good morning. How are you doing?
Fine.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Good to see you. And as we go into some of these things, because we want to get, usually we say that we cannot look forward or at the present without looking at our history. And so how has it been done before? Some of the things that we'll be talking about today. So thank you for doing that. Before we do, an interesting country that Dennis has taken us to this week.
Islamic Republic of Mauritania is where we are today. And one thing that stands out with Mauritania is they have the longest and most heaviest train in the world called the iron ore train. Why? Because it is used in the transportation of gold, copper and iron ore that they do have in abundance. They also practice fishing because the Atlantic Ocean, the coastline, and some of the fish, Nduh, sardines is a reality in Mauritania.
Not those things.
Mackerel, octopus and tuna, some of the fish that their waters are rich on, and also helps in propelling the country's economy. But the proverb this morning, if you knock and no one answers, at least you know which door not to return to. How would you interpret it?
If you knock and
no one answers, at least you know which door not to return to.
I think it means that not getting the result should not deter you from trying to get the result.
Yeah, it's true. An impediment is temporary, but stay focused.
Oh, you think you should keep knocking on this door? Somebody might open it.
You already found you're already in the right door. You are knocking. They're not opening. With perseverance, with persistence, and knocking rather louder or knocking less loudly, the door will be open. It will be different if you went to the wrong door.
Well interpreted.
All right.
Interesting how different interpretations make you look at it differently.
For sure.
Yeah.
That's the nice thing about the human mind, is that it works in different ways. Well, let's look at a number, 61.7 billion. That's the amount of money that IEBC made in terms of a request for the purposeful and impactful optimal conduction of the general election 2027. Now, whether they're going to get this money in its totality then has come under scrutiny. Parliament was very clear as a legislative body and a budget-making body when they had sittings, and they said, well, okay, maybe we can give you 40. So when you hear something like that, how does it dampen or how does it affect the runnings of an election where you make a budget? Let's start off with what this budget then is essentially entails and what it's meant to be for. From where you sat as the CEO of the IEBC, when you budget this money, what is it for? What is it meant to cover?
Well, the budget is for elections. And there are so many budget items that you consider when you come up with a budget. The budget is not a sole activity by IEBC. IEBC involved different stakeholders and different institutions to arrive at its own budget. You draw up your budget, you negotiate with relevant parliamentary committee. At the end of the day, then they assign to you what they think is reasonable. That is the way it has been done in the past. But does that secure for IEBC the financial autonomy that it requires? In my view, it doesn't. Should there be an audit process? Should there be an external process that also looks at a budget proposal by IEBC and perhaps rationalizes what IEBC wants to do? For instance, in the current budget proposal, contained therein is about 5 billion or 15 billion of unpaid bills. And the bulk majority of those unpaid bills, 5 billion, is in legal fees. So does somebody from outside have to come and say, how did you arrive at this huge amount of legal fees and audit it? Or do we expect Parliament simply to sit there? IB tells you this year we have 10 billion budget legal fees and paid. So it is one, IEBC must be given the room to arrive at their own budget. But on the other hand, IEBC must also account to a larger extent for some of the things that they have. That is one item. The second item in the current budget, which is proving contentious, is on the acquisition of Skitty. They are putting there, I think, 7 billion or 8 billion.
Yes.
For the Skitty. Now, From 2013, IEBC has been buying in every election cycle new electoral equipment. These things are expensive. And the ones that have been bought have a shelf life for 5 years. So in the last installment, in the election that was done in 2022, they spent, I think, around 3 billion there. In 2013, when I was the CEO, we spent around 3 billion on this electoral equipment. But the electoral equipment which we had were adjudged unusable by 2018. The ones they bought in 2013 were judged unusable in 2022. The ones they bought in 2022 are now being discarded. We have to ask ourselves several questions, whether we want to continue doing this. And it is a conversation that cannot be left to IEBC. Vendors will always come with new configurations, and it is vendors who develop this. We don't do them. The major vendors are Smartmatic and Vodafone, and
world over.
Vodafone and Smartmatic
are in the world.
In the world.
Okay.
You have others like no, it's mainly vendors. Those are the major ones. The ones who do for selling. You have others like in India, they do their own equipment, but those are homegrown things and they use them. You have in Brazil, they also have their own equipment. Brazil has the world's most sophisticated electoral machine. They make it and they use it. But for us, somebody else makes it, then we buy them. Whether it is a good thing to be buying these things every 5 years at these exorbitant prices, whether there is value for money, whether it is effective, whether this is the route to go, is something that needs to be answered. And I think IEBC cannot answer this on their own. It requires Kenyans also to have an active participation in knowing that.
But if you were thinking as, warm-blooded, level-thinking human being, it seems clear that if you're going to use a fifth of your budget for buying this equipment every election cycle that only has a 5-year lifespan, that it seems that you're almost going towards, wastage. And anybody can sit and think, okay, here's the problem. Isn't there an option, a cheaper option, and maybe one with, more permanency? Because to spend that kind of money for the thing to be deemed obsolete after 5 years seems like a no-brainer when you're thinking about an option, that whether it is actually making sense to keep using this option every year, every 5 years, that you're going to toss the thing and buy new ones.
In 2013, IEBC bought 2 sets of equipment. The gadget that was used in 2013 was dual use. You could use it to do, for instance, polling station identification. But once the election is over, you could also use it for something else. It is computer-based. And in fact, when the election of 2013 was over, the Kenya government donated that equipment to be used in Burundi. The Kenya government also donated that equipment, or forced IEBC, or persuaded IEBC to avail that equipment to be used in schools. So your dual-use equipment. That is one way of maybe thinking about it. But the one that we are having now, like the Kimskit, it is exclusively for elections. Once you've done an election, you have no option but throw it away. Buy another one, then that also becomes junk. We have to ask ourselves whether that is the right way to go. The other question, the other thing that is implicit in what your question do is, do we really need these things at all these stages? Are there some parts of the electoral process which can be less digitized? Where are the sections or the position of election which must be digitized? Are there those portions which can be less digitized? I'll give you an example. The voter register is the most critical equipment or asset that IEBC has. So you digitize the voter register. When you digitize the voter register, it means you are purging the voter register of dead voters. You are purging the voter register of foreigners, people who are not supposed to be there. So it is important for you to have a digitization mechanism to make sure that the integrity of the voters register is up-notch. You cannot do without digitization there. What about results transmission? For example, you voted in a polling station and you want to have this thing transmitted through some electronic means. Do you really need that? Okay. Voter identification. Voter identification means at the polling station, there has to be a digitized mechanism for identifying that the person who is walking into the polling station to vote is actually the individual who registered. And so far, the mechanism we have used is a machine. Okay. And we started in 2013, and they're getting more and more sophisticated and more complex. Can we find a different way of doing it?
I mean, if you look at the gadgets that you talk about, they are majorly computer-based. And I'm going to use an example of my phone, right? I can use this phone for like 7-8 years. And if I want to access it, it's just my fingerprint, and I will always access it. One asks the question then, if it's computer-based and we in one way or the other we understand the technology around it, why not requisition for something that will go beyond 5 years or beyond an election? Because it does exist in the market. So why, if you look at what India is doing or what Brazil is doing, are their systems going beyond a single election? And if we have examples of electoral materials that are going beyond a single election, why settle for one that is only used for 5 years?
The one in India is used for multiple elections. But they developed it. And it's a long history of development. Initially, it was their own prototype. And once they've developed it as India, they allowed it to be tested within India. And they took the machine to, India has got an institute called Institute of Technology. Those are some of the best technology schools in India. It was given to these institutions to subject it for testing. And those institutions did the testing and said, these things cannot be rigged. It is only after that they now use it, they now utilized it for mass usage. All right, it is their own. And it took about 10 years or so for it to be developed, to checked and rechecked and rechecked. And they found out now they could use it. It is multi-use. Brazil has what the world's, like I told you, most sophisticated machine. The Brazilians developed it themselves. Once they developed it, the issue arose, who will certify that machine as beyond rigging? They settled on the military. And the military looked at the machine, and the military said, yes, this cannot be rigged. But that does not mean that even in Brazil, they have not had complaints. The last president of Brazil, called Jair Bolsonaro, who was elected using the same machine, even before he was elected using the same machine, and after he was defeated using the same machine, he kept on complaining that that machine was amenable to manipulation. Why? His main grouse was that it didn't have a paper trail. But it is their own, all right? And he was specific, this thing doesn't have a paper trail, all right? That was their own, his own grouse. So that is in Brazil, and that is the case in India. In our own case, we have no role at all in the technical development of these machines. But the Kenyan political psyche is that we believe the more sophisticated machine, the better to solve our electoral problems. So So we must have a conversation which cannot be left to IEBC to arrive at what I said earlier, a decision as to what are those parts of our electoral process that we want digitized, what are those that we don't want digitized. 2, if we must digitize them, then what kind of digitization? Something that is at the level of our sophistication. All right. And mainly is, these things you can't repair them. It is brought to you and you use it. Once it is done, you dispose of it. And they don't even, most of these people don't even use these things in their own countries.
Okay, so that last thing that you said, the people who are selling it to you don't use it in their own countries. And so that speaks about efficiency. Because we're not just talking about the ability of this machine to produce a result when you vote in the Kim's kit, but we're talking about efficiency all around in terms of how you spend your money. Are you getting value for your money? And then are you assuring that there's longevity or sustainability in this process? It would appear as though this is another opportunity for us to look at how we then often are on the other side. We are the receptors. We are receiving something which has been deemed inefficient in other countries. Why do we continue doing that, number one? And why does it seem so difficult to then be able to make a decision? When we can't do that, what it does is that it creates room for speculation. And so we say, well, the reason why there is insistence on this, which you yourself, Major, when you were CEO, purchased this equipment as well. Then we will say, and we'll speculate and we'll say, well, the reason why we insist on this particular thing is because somebody must be getting something somewhere that it doesn't make sense financially, economically, efficiently. It doesn't make sense to continue using this same method when it is clear that it is too expensive and that it seems that there is a waste of resources that can be used for something else. But we still insist on going there. So nature abhors a vacuum. So what do? We say then there's somebody who's getting a kickback for doing this, and that's why they keep insisting. Is it wrong?
No, I don't. That's not 100% right, because one, these machines are effective.
But not efficient.
They're also efficient. The only problem is the shelf life is 5 years. So if you have the money, you can keep them. We don't have that sort of money, number one.
So why do we keep using them? This is the question.
Because if you had the money, you can afford 7 billion or 8 billion every election cycle, and you increase it with the next election, you're in this hour. Then you throw them away as junk. Your problem will be junk disposal. How do you manage that? That will be a problem. But if your problem is money first, then you must now be more careful. 2, you don't buy equipment every time, and you know very well that you don't inform the developments of that equipment. You have no say. You are told we have got this new version. Like you showed me your phone. If your phone is, is Apple, they will tell you now we have brought Apple this, next time Apple this. You have no say. All right. That is fine for you using a phone. But for election, it's not like that. Now, Nduh, why did we, because now you brought it to me that we bought, which is true we did. The Curricular Commission, there was something called Curricular Commission report.
Yes, it was.
And the Curricular Commission report was instituted to look into the election of 2007. One of the recommendations of the Curricular Commission report was that there should be digitization of the electoral process. Specifically, the digitization of the voter register. That was very critical. Curricular also recommended the digitization of the results transmission. And they came up with this called spontaneous results transmission. So that if you are in a polling station and you have 55,000 polling stations, immediately the results are announced, all these results are uploaded on one source. That was the recommendation that was drawn from the Curricular Commission report. But Curricular was responding to the situation of 2007. We have long passed the situation of 2007. Now, we cannot move, for example, in 2013 with the attitude and mentality of what happened in 2007. So we have to move forward. The problem is, this is a conversation which we are having every electoral cycle. After an election is done in Kenya, everybody keeps quiet. Nobody talks about this thing until when the next election is due. I think this is something that a conversation that we should be having in the first 2-3 years after an election, so that a decision is made. If we are doing an election in 2027, by law, we should be able to establish, are we going to have these machines or we are going to require new ones? And that should be done 2 years immediately after an election is done. After election is done, there is something they call post-election evaluation. So once that post-evaluation is done, and there are issues or changes to be done, that should be done earlier. Now we are talking about it at this particular stage. IEBC is telling you we need these machines to run these elections in 12 months' time. If you say no, they might well come back, well, we delivered an unsatisfactory election because you didn't provide the money.
So that's what I'm saying. But it sounds as though it's designed from the very beginning to do just that you've said. So we're going to hold them by the shorts and curlies, and then we're going to say, well, you know what? Any conversation that has been had in this room, Major, we've talked since the last 2 years about a cheaper option for an election in this country. Yeah. It has been a conversation that has been ongoing, but you know what? It's ignored until the last minute when IEBC goes before Parliament and says, well, you know what? Pony up 61.7 billion shillings for us to deliver an election. If you don't, then we're going to come back to you and say, but we told you to do this and you didn't. Do you see? Not that the conversation is not being had, but the conversation is being actively ignored until you get to crunch time, which leads us back to what I've said. Is it by design? Because if I was really invested in delivering an optimal, effective and efficient election, guess what I'm doing? I'm listening to views. During the cycle, I'm listening to views and I'm saying, okay, what can we do? Not after the fact. You've already spent the money. You've already thrown the machine away. So if somebody can have the conversation, but if you're not listening and or implementing, this is where we have the problem. And it's not about to go away. I think we need to rise to that reality, that it's not about to go away until you have listening, actively engaged parties. It's not just about running an election and saying, okay, well, let's fill in all the holes, but are you actually invested in optimizing the experience? And I think for the last 10, 15, 30 years, it's not been done. So who is going to bell the cat to say, come on, game skit that we spend 7 billion shillings on and then we throw it away after 5 years? It's a no-brainer, James. Throw it away? It doesn't make sense to anyone. So why is it so difficult to make that decision?
That attitude permeates other aspects of IBC. So you don't blame IBC. Let me tell you why you don't blame IBC. One, when the political class wants IBC to do something, they don't have any hesitation. They will go to this NADCO 1, NADCO 2, NADCO 20, and they'll make resolutions that affect IEBC. IEBC did not initiate this NADCO process. I think they just called there as a resource person. As a resource person. Take, for example, between 2018 and 2022, do you know that for all that part, IEBC was run by Chebukati and 2 other commissioners. For almost 4 years, IEBC did not have the 8 commissioners that it should have. It had 2, chairman and 2, for 4 years. The government recruited the last commissioners 1 year, less than 1 year before the election of 2022. Whose responsibility was that? Chebukati, who was the chairperson of IEBC, wrote a letter or a memo, sometimes, I think, just before the election of 2017. And he was complaining about the conduct of his own commissioners. He said 2 or 3 commissioners had absconded duty. But these commissioners had written a letter to the office of the president. Chebukati was saying, I don't see them reporting to work, and was requesting, have they resigned? He didn't know. Now, somebody within the entire superstructure of the Kenya government must be responsible for knowing IEBC does not have a full complement of commissioners. Let's recruit. The reason I know that is when it suited the political system to recruit the commissioners 1 year before, they did. It's not Chebukati who said, now recruit. So there is a lacuna somewhere. There is a belief that the things as happening in IBC are good to serve certain purposes. One, when IEBC was running without one full complement, surely that should have concerned somebody in government. Part of the reason could be that no particular ministry or individual is dedicated to oversight IEBC. That could be that. The other one could be that we lose interest in the affairs of elections after an election. And this interest is rekindled halfway to the next election. But whatever the case, Kenyans need to have a conversation of number one. What kind of the equipment do we want to use in our elections? What level of sophistication and what can we use? I mean, that conversation transcends IEBC alone. IEBC can lead it, but it transcends IEBC.
Okay, let's take a break. Because on the question if the IEBC can lead the conversation, maybe IEBC also has some lethargy after the election and it's been so busy. Then they don't say, well, okay, the job continues. It doesn't end with the election. And so who spearheads that? Dennis has a question. We'll come into more of that conversation after the short break. We're talking with Major James Oswago, who is the former IEBC CEO, and we're looking at this money. Where is it going to come from? And is it being optimized for efficiency and effectiveness? We'll talk in a bit. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so traffic is really starting to build on the Thika Superhighway today coming into the city, but it's really contained to the Pangani underpass as you get off the Thika Superhighway, and there is some traffic building on Jogo Road as you head out towards Landis. And looking at traffic as you come off of Langata Road and then cross over towards Lusaka Road, that's also starting to build up this morning. But then Cabanas, look at that craziness as you then get towards Embakasi, North Airport Road, and then touching on Outer Ring a little bit here and there, and then into the CBDs where everybody's headed this morning. Apart from that, using Outer Ring to go the other way. Let's keep an eye on all of this and keep it moving. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Being a parent is a beautiful journey, but let's be honest, it's also a high energy sport. When your little one is comfortable, dry and free to explore, there's absolutely nothing stopping them. That's why this week on Sugar and Spice, we are celebrating your child's unstoppable milestones in partnership with Bidco. Tune in weekdays from 11 a.m., share your toddler's most unstoppable moments with us, and you could win a premium Gentle Care baby pants hamper from Bidco.
For the unstoppable, for the mother who cares.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so coming in at 21 minutes to 8 o'clock, we continue our conversation with Major James Oswago.
Yeah, and Major, there's something that you said earlier, that where we purchase this equipment, them themselves don't use it. And that alone points to anyone would ask, what is the credibility of this equipment when it comes to handling the election if the people who are selling them to us do not use it? That is question number one. But that notwithstanding, when you look at IEBC, there is the commission, then we have the secretariat. And the secretariat are what many describe as the MVPs of IEBC. Why? Because even when we talk about the procurement processes, it is the secretariat that does this through the CEO, right? And if the Secretariat itself continues to be there, whether we have commissioners or not, Secretariat is still intact. And conversations around procurement of equipment should continue. And Kenyans have been having these conversations. We have blockchain technologies that are there that have been presented to IEBC. But those conversations end at just that. They have been presented and no one picks it up. So is IEBC, as many would say as well, an accomplice in this bad behavior of using technology that is discarded, yet we have our own local-led research and development on how we can have an election that will address our problems as Kenyans?
Well, the Secretariat in IBC, I think, is very capable and very effective. But they must be led by commissioners. There is something that happens in IBC. I followed when I was in IBC. We had commissioners that came in with IIEC. It was called Interim Independent Election Commission. It had its own batch of commissioners. Then after 2010 promulgation of the Constitution, there's a new batch of commissioners. Then when Chebukati came along, he had his own new batch of commissioners. 4 resigned, and thereafter new ones came. And now we have newly minted ones which are going to run this particular election. One feature with the commissioners is a commissioner comes to IEBC not knowing an election at all. Within a week, he becomes an expert. But there is an organization called International IDEA. International IDEA is like one of the leading bodies in running election in the world. And they provide guidebooks and best practices. And according to their own election handbook, it should take 2 years for a person who has been appointed a commissioner to be sufficiently qualified to run an election. In other words, there is a long process of induction. There is no university you go to, apart from, I think, the University of South Africa. They were seeking to find some joint program with election. But there is no other place you go to in the world to run an election. How do you become proficient in an election? You become proficient in an election through a process of accumulation of experience, by exposure. So you have people who are newly minted as commissioners. They walk into IEBC, and the next week, with the privileges that they have and the power that they have, they're experts. This contributes a lot to the running of election. And I think this is why there was a gap. There was a separation of duties, which said you have the Secretariat and then you have the commissioners. But the moment this legislation came up, we ran into headwinds because some people saw it as 2 centers of power, that the CEO thought he had a territory to protect, and the commissioners also thought, because they have political accountability, they didn't see that there is a territory that was exclusively to the CEO. We need to find a way of harmonizing that so that it is one body, either by making the chairman an executive chairman. Let us not pretend about it. You just talked about the Secretariat doing procurement. In theory, that is true. But that's not the reality. No CEO will go there buying equipment from South Korea without the chairman saying so, or without commissioner saying so. They do take part. But when something goes wrong, commissioners will say, ours is 3. Policy formulation, oversight, and supervision.
If that is the position then, where if something goes wrong, people remove themselves from procurement of these facilities, then one asks the question, then the Secretariat, knowing very well that responsibility will come back to them, especially when it comes to procurement, then that is a territory that the Secretariat has to protect. And I also go further again to look at research and development as a territory that one would say belongs to the Secretariat. I have done my own research, and we have
close to 3 individuals in the country today who have their own versions of election technology that would help us address some of these issues we're talking about today. Locally led solutions to our election problems do exist. They have been presented to IEBC, but they remain just being that. So is the Secretariat as well in how we look at it today, because we're talking about this election 2027, is the Secretariat, IEBC, lull in finding solutions that will help us deal with unnecessary spending that does exist?
In 2018, there was a lady called Rosalind Akombe. Rosalind Akombe was a commissioner.
Yes.
At some point, when the courts had ordered a re-election or a runoff, Rosalind Akombe went to inspect ballot papers in Dubai, and then he resigned from Dubai and he went to US. But he wrote something about 100 pages, what he called an exit report. And it's very useful reading because it gives you the insights. It gives you how the Chebukati Commission had been run for about almost 5 years. To the best of my knowledge, nobody has come up to dispute what Rosalind Akombe was saying. If you read that report, you come to the conclusion that at that particular period, for example, Rosalind Akombe says that they would go to meetings, and immediately they leave a meeting, you made a contribution in the boardroom, you would receive a call from some powerful individual in government telling you, why did you say that? And the situation became so polarized that according to the report by Rosalind Akombe, in these meetings, they could not even take tea within the boardroom because of suspicion and things like those. In other words, the relations between the commissioners and the staff became so much fractured. Staff led by the CEO, commissioners led by the chairman. And we need to look at that report that Rosalind Akombe wrote and gave it the value that it deserved. But at least to inquire, what do you do? Because I also experienced that to some extent. I experienced that where, because the law gives the CEO the power. The law says the CEO is the head of the Secretariat. Yes. That's what the law says. The law does not give the chairman the power to run the commission. It simply says that the chairman and the commissioners will be responsible for strategy, will be responsible for oversight and supervision. Anyone who has run a large corporation knows that it is very difficult to distinguish between strategy formulation and strategy implementation. You cannot do bifurcation. You cannot say that this one starts here and ends there, and this is a territory you don't go into. What is required, in my view, perhaps, is to relook the structure of IEBC. The former chairman of IEBC, who was my boss, and who I respect very much, and who is now the chairman, who is now a judge of the Appeal Court, wrote a book. And you know what he said about that act? He said that IEBC Act was written with James Oswago in mind. That is in his book. He says the IEBC Act was written with James Oswago in mind. Now, you see, he was talking about the tensions and stresses between the Secretariat and the commissioners. When Akombe wrote the letter that I've told you, you got the clear impression that the CEO of IEBC at that particular time, who was not James Oswago, also felt very strongly that there is an area that was denoted to him, donated to him by statute, and he needed to protect it. What is required is not to trivialize the issue, make it a serious matter, relook at the structure of the corporation, and then if there is need for the chairman to have an executive chairman, so be it. But have an organization that is seamless, that coheres, not one with so many territories, fiefdoms, and what have you.
James, secretariats in IEBC stay longest within IEBC. You know, they are the ones who one would say have gone through different electoral cycles. They've looked at the mistakes and have perhaps what one would call solutions that should be implemented for us to have a proper election. Enter the commissioners, and commissioners, like you've said, enter not knowing anything about the election, but after a week become experts. So with that in mind then, is it about time we start having conversations about individuals who become commissioners and the capability of handling elections? Because if someone has been in the secretariat for 10, 15 years, have managed different elections, clearly they know what it is they're doing, or not as well. But when someone gets in 1 week, become an expert, then perhaps that's a conversations that we need to have in terms of the credibility of people who don't know how to run the election but are given express powers to run an election.
But it is the legislature, is the law that says these are the people who are going to be commissioners. This is how you appoint them, number one. It is true that the secretariat's career is in the commission. Everybody who is recruited in IBC, from the driver onwards, has an ambition and aspiration to become the CEO. All right? That is loyalty to the organization. So you have spent your time here and you are aspiring to become a CEO, and you've spent 15 years, like you said, or even 20 years. You know the stuff. You visited all this, because one way of running an election is that you don't run you don't operate in silos. When you are running an election in Kenya, you are in constant contact with Tanzania, Uganda, and all the other places. When I was in IEBC, we traveled to almost 30 countries, visiting and seeing what they're doing and learning from them. That is the secretariat that does. Commissioners also do that. But commissioners take away this knowledge after 5 years. For example, the commissioners who are recruited recently, in the recent recruitment, these commissioners will run the 2032 election, then they will go away. They came without knowledge to run an election. They are now acquiring knowledge to run an election. Once they are now at the peak of their competency, they go home. What do they use it for? If we are looking for commissioners who will first take time to get the knowledge, secondly, use that knowledge in order to efficiently and effectively run electoral management body, then we have to ask ourselves, do we need this election to have a tenure of 6 years? Our commissioners have a tenure of 6 years because there is something called constitutional commissions, and the constitutional commissions are established by Chapter 15 of the Kenyan Constitution. And Chapter 15 of the Kenyan Constitution makes an omnibus provision that every single commissioner, whether you are with the Judicial Service Commission or IEBC, you only serve 6 years. Now, that could be good for NIC and all the others. But in IEBC, like I've told you, it takes 2 years for you to be proficient, sufficiently qualified to run an election. IEBC commissioners should have a longer tenure than what they're having 6 years now. I've just given you the example of this one. You can go back to Chebukati. When Chebukati ran the first election as chairman, Chebukati barely had 1 year's experience. When Chebukati ran the second election as chairman, Chebukati now had that accumulation of experience. Then he went home. All right? Then he went home. And Chebukati, then he went home. Now, you're having these fresh ones. They came without doing an election. I saw when there was an election in Mombasa, I think there was a by-election in Mombasa, and a commissioner who had been in the commission for a month or so was addressing the press in Mombasa and was speaking as an expert. And it struck me as very strange because where he was speaking, there was an expert from IEBC. And with a bit of humility, he would have said, so and so on, guest, answer this question. But now, after they have run this election, they'll have known now how to run an election, right? Because there is no university where you run this election. Then they go home. The problem is bigger than IEBC itself. It is a design issue which needs a larger conversation, and that conversation cannot be led by IIC. The same with the equipment.
This is an independent commission.
Yeah. Yes.
A constitutionally independent commission.
Right.
That means that the operationalization of the constitutionally bound elements have to be carried independently, at least led independently by this commission. Is there a problem? And whether it's on the spend, whether it's the operations, whether it is selections, is there a problem with the lived experience of this independence that could lead to some of these problems that we are seeing? Because no matter how you slice it or color it, there are problems that you have to decide. The IEBC is almost told what to do. So my question is to independence, that perhaps if this independence was lived out, we would not be having some of the problems that we are seeing here.
Your answer presupposes...
Is IEBC truly independent?
Your answer presupposes that Kenya wants a truly independent IEBC.
Yes.
Does it?
It does. The Constitution even says that it should have one.
No, the Constitution does. But do we really want a truly independent IEBC?
As Aseto, yes.
Question 1?
Yes.
Question 1? Question 2?
Yeah.
Can we live with one? A truly independent IEBC?
If it's, and I think you've answered the question by the question that you've asked, because it's then clear that the independence in the IEBC does not exist in totality. Number 2, because Kenyans have never actually experienced what it is like to have a truly independent IEBC in name and in operation, that you can't then say, do they truly want one? Because they've never experienced one. But I reckon that if they experienced an independent IEBC where they worked according to the book and they were void of influence from politicians, it's like saying, you're the referee, but how about you wear our team colors? If they truly experienced it, perhaps they would say, yes, this is how we ought to operate. But they've never had the opportunity to do that.
Let me put this to you. Today, the first question you've been asking me is about this 61 billion. And you're saying, will they get the funding? This is a constitutional commission doing its job, going basket in hand, begging for money to run an election. It doesn't have the money. The easiest way to manipulate a constitutional or any other body is to starve it of funds. So if you truly wanted, the first thing that I recall the current president doing when he came to power was to say the judiciary will have the kinds of fund that they're looking for.
Financial autonomy.
Financial autonomy. Now, so the Kenyan judiciary, by and large, has that financial autonomy. Remember, they had been denied this by the previous administration. So to redress that, they said, we'll give you financial autonomy. Today, as we are speaking, IEBC is totally bereft of any inkling of financial autonomy, number one. And the easiest way to make sure they are dependent on you, one way or the other, is to deny them that. They don't have that. 2, I gave you the example of here's an IEBC with 6 commissioners or 8 commissioners. 4 of them have resigned for one way or the other. And they remain with the chairman and 2 commissioners. Now, the Supreme Court ruled that for purposes of the operation, 3 was enough. But the legislature, in its own wisdom, had given IEBC a larger number of commissioners. I think there are 8, and plus the chairman. Why would IEBC go for almost 4 years with only 2 commissioners instead of 8? It's not IEBC to recruit themselves. Somebody must do it.
Now,
but when that other person or power felt that it was now necessary to recruit, they did the recruitment.
And IEBC sat back and said, okay, well, since now you've decided that it's time to recruit, let's sit back and wait. And that's the problem, James. Things, and it's at day 2, and we're using this same statement, things don't go wrong they start wrong. Even with the recruitment of commissioners, who sits on those panels? You have people who are party affiliated. You have people who are government affiliated. And they're the ones who are deciding who becomes a commissioner. How do you then expect to have independence and autonomy later on in the day, whereby the secretariat, as Dennis has said, is intact? And you can actually say, according to the Constitution, these people who come and decide who will be commissioners should not be the ones deciding, because then they come later, they control how you spend, they control what you do, they'll control whether you will say or not say. And that's the problem. James, it starts wrong. It doesn't go wrong.
I agree with you.
And it's 8 o'clock.
And that is why I asked you the question. One day I was in a philosophy class, and we were told, the simpler the question, the more difficult the problem. And he said, for generations, apples were falling from trees and falling down. Nobody asked themselves, why does an apple fall from the tree down? Until somebody in the 17th century related that to gravity. All right, that is Newton.
Yes.
It was a simple thing. So that's why I asked you earlier on, do we really want an independent IEBC? Question number one. Question number two, I asked you, can we live with it? Because if we really want one, then we have to look at the constitutional and legal structure. How do we redo it? Number two, to say, how do we ensure from finance to everything? Today we say Kenya ran the most expensive election in the world. That is true. But why is it so difficult for us who are complaining that Kenya is running the most expensive election? Why can't we do the necessary intervention and ask IEBC, make this one work? But we are waiting until such time that things go wrong, then we say IEBC messed.
It started wrong. A very good morning, James Oswago, Major James Oswago, former IEBC CEO. Thank you for being here with us this morning. The conversations continue. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Daniel Zaya. I'm Sheila Tembor. The Employment and Labour Relations Court has cleared the way for the new salary structure for civil servants to take effect in the August 2026 payroll. Justice Jemima Kelly dismissed an application by the Union of Kenya Civil Servants seeking to suspend the changes, ruling there was no legal basis to halt the Salaries and Remuneration Commission advice issued on 17th July. The union had argued that the salary review was undertaken without its involvement in negotiations for the 2025 to 2029 CBA. The court, however, found that SRC had acted within its mandate, allowing implementation of the revised structure as negotiations between the government and the union continue. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has renewed his criticism of DCI Director Mohamed Amin, accusing him of failing to ensure thorough investigations into cases involving police officers and government critics. Speaking in Narok East, Gachagua cited the killing of a politician in Mount Elgon, who he says had reported threats to his life to the authorities.
Pale Mount Elgon kuna mtu anapigania kiti ya bunge ya Mount Elgon, anaitwa John Wasama. Alipiga ripoti kwa polisi mara 5, akasema maisha yake iko kwa hatari, na akasema yule amemtishia kumuua. Polisi hawakuchukua hatua yoyote, ameuawa. Mpaka wa sasa yule aliandika ripoti alimutisha atamuua, hajakamatwa.
Gachagua said that if the opposition wins in the 2027 general election, Amin should be investigated over alleged attempts to cover up such cases.
Wewe tutakuchunguza next year. Ile cover up umefanya mauaji Kenya. Mashamba Kiambu inaibiwa, wewe unafanya cover up. Hakuna kitu yote inaendelea uchunguzi Kenya. Kazi ya Mohamed Amin ni cover up ya mauaji na ukora ambayo inaendelea katika Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na wewe kwanza ulikuwa umefikisha miaka ya kwenda nyumbani.
DAP-K leader Eugene Waweru has called on the government to prioritize completing projects under Vision 2030 before embarking on the proposed Vision 2060 development plan. Speaking in Kitui, Waweru said there is still time to fulfill the commitments made under Vision 2030 before shifting focus to a new long-term development agenda. He said if the opposition coalition is elected in 2027, they will prioritize completing projects that remain unfinished under Vision 2030.
Lakini sababu wameshindwa na kazi, si tumesema na huyu Kalonzo na huyu JB na Kinarigiji, tukichukua serikali, we still have 2 years to 2030. Tutaunda ile commission itakayoangalia implementation ya Vision 2030. That is where the problem. Na hapo ndio tutaanzia the first 100 days, tuone hii tuwake itakamilika vipi, tuone hii high ground force ilikwama wapi, kule pwani kuna Mwache, wale umetoka pwani, Mwache down, hapa Mzima Springs. This is what we are talking about.
And the government has set aside funds to facilitate the promotion of teachers' basic education. PS John Ololtua has said. Speaking in Kisii County, Ololtua said the move is aimed at boosting teachers' morale and supporting career progression. He added that the government is also improving the learning environment through increased capitation and better resource allocation. Ololtua meanwhile urged parents, community leaders and other education stakeholders to work with the Ministry of Education to maintain peace and stability in schools.
Ni mambo ya walimu. Hiyo mambo ya promotion, mnajua ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais ameweka hiyo budget na TSC imeshatangaza, tutatembea pamoja na TSC tuone kile tunaweza kuwafanyia. Ombi langu tu ni moja, ya kwamba tushikane pamoja, amani ikuwe katika mashule yetu, tabia nzuri ikuwe katika mashule zetu, na mambo ya kusoma vizuri. Sisi kama serikali tutafanya jukumu yetu, na nyinyi pia mfanye jukumu yenu.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo, ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So when we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje, kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now, he abandoned, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutuamjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning to you at 9 minutes after 8 o'clock and into the third hour of our conversations this morning. We're delighted that you're with us today. A reminder that our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook and on X, and our audience on KTN with us. As you tuned into terrestrial radio around the country and the region and the world, this is The Situation Room and we get into our conversations. It's a year to the general election, a year less a day, essentially is what we're looking at.
A year less a day.
Yes, a year less a day. And if Constitution had been followed, today would be the day that everybody is at the polls. But Justice Thande, in her wisdom, said, you know what, let's do this. Let's keep that. But let's ensure that the IEBC implements what you are supposed to be doing constitutionally.
Yes.
We may think it's not a big deal, but it is. And so when we say that we might now start serving 4-year terms, that's not the case. The Constitution said that you should be serving 4-year term, but nobody was ever listening to that. That's the voice of Deputy Party Leader of the Jubilee Party, Jeremiah Kioni, and he's here with us this morning. Good morning.
Morning.
You're well?
Yeah, I'm happy that we have only 1 year more. 1 year to go, less a day.
A year less a day is what we have.
Perhaps happier that going forward, the pain will only be for 4 years.
Yeah.
In the event that...
Or maybe sad that the joy will only be for 4 years.
In the event that it continues being painful. But it could also be that we will not enjoy good governance for too long. 4 years is not a long time.
Okay.
But nashukuru Mungu tuko area.
We will have these conversations around the year leading to the next general election, 2027. And for all intents and purposes, anybody who's in elected positions today, as what we're being told from a legal constitutional point of view, is a temporary incumbent.
Temporary incumbent.
The road ahead, unpacking governance and political alliances and mobilizations into 2027. These are some of the conversations that we'll have every day as we get towards 2027. So we're glad that you've joined us this morning. Before we get into it, Dennis has taken us to Nouakchott. I guess his first question is for you to tell us where that is.
Yeah, Nouakchott is capital city of?
I don't know.
Mauritania.
Mauritania.
But let me tell you a few things about Mauritania. They have the longest train that spans 2 kilometers and the heaviest. It is made out. It is called the iron ore train because it is used to transport iron ore, gold, phosphate, gypsum, and gold. But another thing that stands out is the fact that they are equally big on fishing because some of the fish that Nduh doesn't like, omena, sardines, you find it there. But they equally have mackerel, octopus, and tuna. And that is what then continues to push their economy. The proverb they give us this morning: if you knock and no one answers, at least you know which door not to return to. How would you interpret it?
If you knock and no one answers, at least you know which door not to return to. But I'm not sure that we are running that with us Kenyans, because we seem to knock doors that are not opening us to good places, and we are still knocking. And I mean, we knocked 2022. The door may have opened, but the people who made us knock the door are still telling us to knock another door. So, well, once beaten, twice shy.
Twice shy.
Yes.
Well interpreted.
Yes,
and I think I must say, your outfit today is stunning.
Thank you.
That shirt, that hat, perfect.
Coming together nicely.
Thank you. I'm coming to Spice. I was coming to Spice.
I got to spice it.
Okay.
All right, I see you.
Have to be careful. Don't remain spicy.
Indeed. What we're being told now, Jeremiah, is that it's a game of numbers. And that if anybody's not talking about the numbers in this run up to 2027, then they're totally misguided. Would you agree?
I wouldn't agree. Okay. One is that you have to be careful in terms of what numbers are you talking about. There is a narrative of numbers that I don't like, a narrative of numbers that is not even encouraged in our constitution. Another thing of numbers that will always read us the wrong way. And it's the numbers where you look at your number and say that we are so big or we are so small that we don't matter, we are so big that we don't need the others. That mentality is a very poor mentality. It's actually a very primitive mentality. And I believe that, or I hope that when you talk about numbers, that is not the mentality that is guiding us. And I say that because in the recent past, we have had people who have been keen. By the way, one of the reasons why we needed another constitution is because we believe that the 1963 constitution was not respectful of the smaller communities within our country. And we were not treating everybody equally. We were looking at people in terms of the small segments, And so one of the fundamentals was, can we make sure that we have a constitution that treats every Kenyan on an equal footing? All as we are all Kenyans. That's the thing. That's the tribe we belong to. So I say that because I wouldn't want to contribute to that topic without having paid attention to that. And I again want to say that, and let me say this, even my thinking through who can be a good candidate for this country, a presidential candidate, a president for this country, sometimes it was also necessary to look around and say, debunk some of the myths, look around and rely more on what others have done, more than what numbers they can bring on the table. But having said that, at the end of the day, after every election or whenever it is that you're conducting an election, you count numbers, you count people, numbers, how many votes do you get? So when you are also thinking through as you want to win, you certainly want to know what kind of numbers are you putting together. And I will always be proud of individuals who look at numbers from across the country. When we were, I remember you gave me that opportunity, not once, not twice, not three times. When we were fighting for the party, I kept saying that we have 7.1 million voters, registered members, not voters, registered members. I want to clarify that I never said 7.1 million voters from out Kenya, because I think there are some people who misunderstood me, and they are now saying, they are all over saying I have a 7 million basket of votes. That was not me. Members of Jubilee come from across the country, and that's the joy, that's the joy about being in Jubilee. So if I go to Kuria, like I was in Kuria last week with Dr. Fred Matiang'i, we have members of Jubilee wearing kofia zamani. You go to this other place, Kirigolis, you go Isbania. And that is the kind of party one would want to be if you really are looking at this country and wanting to bring a change. But numbers are there, and I know there is the numbers, and we have the numbers to crunch. So I know for you to win, you need the numbers. And for you to get the numbers to win, stop looking at your own community. Remember, we have a constitution that talks about 50 plus 1.
Plus 1, yes.
And this 50, the most important is the 1. It's not the 50. It is the 1. That 1 was put there so that no one community should ever think that you can lose this country without the other. And no other grouping of communities should think that they can put the other community away and or wish them away. And I say that because we are now at a very tricky time. If we don't encourage those who are moving around the country looking for votes to stop talking in a divisive manner, then we are again heading towards 2007. And our 2010 constitution had that history as we were writing it. We will never want to go back there. So may I again repeat for the benefit of those people who don't quite get it when it is said once, 50 plus 1 was to ensure that you stop talking about regionalism, community mobilization and balkanization. Stop talking ill about those who may be fewer than yourself.
Right.
And remember that for you to win, you need every other sector community in this country. You cannot win by wishing others away.
So, Jeremiah, everybody wants to get these votes to form government. And government then comes the governance aspect of it, that then is delivery of services as promised to Wananchi.
right? And with that, then, now as everybody is running around the country speaking to Mwananchi, convincing them to give them the vote, there has to be the governance aspect on what you bring to the table to change what rather is not working, right? And with that, then, you borrow examples from the current government and its style of governance, and you come with your agenda and issues that would resonate to Wananchi. Are we seeing, even as we talk about mobilization running around the country, that the issue of governance we are going to give Wananchi is taking center stage, other than we are going to kura 500, 200? Are we seeing issues being discussed?
Not yet, but we are also seeing people resisting being bullied. And when you see people resist bullying, it means that they are paying attention to something else. It will not be useful for me to behave like I didn't know what was happening last week. You saw the coming together of Munya, Justin Muturi, and the bus guy, and saying that we are tired of being bullied. And I was wondering, why had they given me a call? I had gone through bullying, or I've gone through bullying for the last more than 3 years. When I was being bullied by the same individuals they were complaining about, they seems to have stood aside huku wakichekacheka. Na nikamwambia yenyu inakuja. Na sasa nafurahi kwa sababu walipatwa, lakini pia nafurahi kwa sababu they also were able to see and to resist that bullying. That kind of bullying that has no space if you're looking for, or you're talking about governance in our constitution. Again, it is also spoken by in many articles of our constitution that what should guide you is good governance. And there is Article 10 that talks about national values. And national values have, it also goes to talk about you should not be a person who brings disrepute to an office, a public office, whether in private or in a public space. And all these things speak to the governance, kind of the governance that we are talking about. But let me tell you that it becomes very sad when you, and I have seen many of your stations, maybe not your spies, but I've seen many people drive out of their stations to go and give interviews in the evenings in people's compounds, and I have no problem with that. But it becomes a little exhausting when you listen to a person and there is no single policy statement that has come from it. It's just name calling, insulting others, looking for who is a mole, calling others wasaliti. Those are not the kind of things. But the governance structure, the governance issues, your ability to bring change to whatever it is that you're complaining about is also on the table. And I want to say this again because I listened to Munya. And Munya is just one of the many people. It's only that Munya was a little focal. He said, I cannot vote for you if your name is on the ballot. If you hear people start saying they cannot vote for you at that level, by the way, Munya is saying what is already now in being sung around by many people. Tunaanza kupata watu wanaitwa nini? Wasanii wakiiba zile kusema kama ni wewe. You know, it's a very tricky thing. Let me say it, and I know it will get me a lot of lakini nimezoea. Kama ni wewe, afadhali Ruto. That tells you, it answers the question you're asking. Why are they saying afadhali Ruto? It's because, yes, you may be good in insulting everybody around, but you're not going to bring anything different to the table. So the issue of governance, your ability to bring changes in the governance that is going on, is now on the table. We are not talking about it. Matiang has been talking about it every time. Maybe that's why people say they don't see him a lot on top of vehicles. You cannot talk about governance kwa hiyo jua. Na watu wanapiga hii kitu inaitwa nini? Those vuvuzela hapo. You are not going to be able to expose. You'll be happy with that kind of atmosphere permanently. You need to go out, but you will be happy to be in that kind of a space if you have no policy statement to make. Because it needs to be made in an environment where you also encourage people to question you. But I want to agree with you 100%. These Kenyans you are seeing, kuna hizo numbers wameweka hapo juu. Na tunaongea na wao. Yesterday, as I was driving out of the countryside to come for this morning show, and thank you for this invite. I had a welder, a beneficiary of these rectification programs that we have done, the last mile, because within 5-10 minutes of border ride, you can get a welder. I could get a welder to my compound. Now, as I was leaving, he didn't even know I was coming for this show. But he asked me, as we was walking, Mkubwa, are you people going to give us Matiang'i as the candidate? I asked him, kwa nini unataja Matiang'i na kuna wengi wanakibia hapa na kelele mingi? Kwa sababu yale yalifanya ndio tunaona tangu wakati alikuwako. That's now the issue. People awelda mailo 10 kule Kanyagi ya kwangu ananiambia wanataka Matiang'i kwa sababu waliona yale amefanya. So if you are vying or you have an idea of even influencing people to elect so and so as the president, if that person has no capacity to say what he is going to do different from what William is doing, I want to tell you today, huyo welda wa mailo 10 atapigia Ruto kura. People are now beyond, we are doing the last year. Hiyo miaka 4 ilikuwa ya kutusi Ruto, kusema nini, kusema yote baya. There is nothing as easy as being in opposition. Very easy. Kiona hii baya, hiyo wacha, hiyo baya. This year, it is a question of, yes, ni baya, but what is this that you can, what do you want to do differently? How? Wewe ni nani? Unfortunately, for 1 year, you might not be able to come and tell us what you want to do if you had an opportunity to do and you never did. So you cannot win us over if you have not already won us over your past. And I want to say this also because Clinton said this. He said, if they cannot give you their dime, they are not going to give you their vote. That time, I think they were relying on $1, something. So they were saying, if we cannot trust you with $1, forget about the vote. I have heard Kenyans wakisema, wewe ni mzuri kupiga Ruto, lakini thubutu usimame ndio utachanga. I want to tell you now, I keep looking at you because maybe I should look. Let me tell you, kama wanasema wewe piga Ruto lakini usituobe kura, they are also telling you, do not lie to yourself. You not tell us where to go. In the mountain, sana na kwingineko, kuna watu wanawategemea ile Raila alikuwa anafanya kule Nyanza. Ya kwanza akisema Oro Alingo amechaguliwa. Kule kwa mlima na kwingineko, because we have been going around, Kenyans are now looking at you and saying, wewe ni nani? Ati unasema nini? It's no longer that wave. You know, the tidal wave. So the Kenyan voter has evolved. And the leaders are hoping and playing every day and night. I hope not in Shakahora. Ya kwamba, the Kenyan voter is the old one. But it's not. It's not. So somebody has to be woke to the reality that you can tell Kenyans anything that you want, but Kenyans are thinking differently. And Kenyans want to see a leader who can stand on his own 2 feet. And what is sio kwa miguu ya wengine. Ninaenda kwa makanisa siku hizi, na mimi pia nikitafuta kura, nikienda unasikia mtu akisema, na tuko chini ya fulani. Tuko chini ya fulani. Kwa sababu wewe hauna mguu, hauna kichwa ya kusema nimekuja kuomba kula because I want to do XYZ. So niko chini ya fulani. You are thinking that fulani is the one who guarantee you vote. So what we are saying now is that your strategy cannot continually being attacking somebody else. No. That you have to tell us what it is that you are doing. What's Matiang'i doing? He's your party candidate. I want to say this. What is he doing? Or what is his thought that this is what Kenyans need in a leader? What's his... before I answer that, and because I also would not want to say that I am Matiang'i. I went to a place called Gakoigo huko Kagema, and the young boys who came running around kwa sababu walisikia mtu ya Jubilee wakasema Matiang'i, where do you Matiang'i? So I told them, I'm not Matiang'i. So you can actually tell how popular Matiang'i is when you see kids calling everybody Matiang'i. But what I wanted to say is this. We have had 4 years of fighting government. We have a year now of deciding who is going to be our next president and who are going to be in that government. It will be foolhardy for all of us in the opposition to behave like it is 2022. 2022, Uhuru was going home. We had to pick from people who are outside government. It was Ruto versus Raila. 2027, Ruto is fighting for his survival. If you don't factor that in when you're in the opposition, and you start bullying one another, undermining each other, you really are creating a superhighway, an expressway for William Ruto. Remember, he's also a very shrewd politician. He's very good at exploiting these things. And he's also gifted with an ability to, say many things.
It almost sounds like you're campaigning for William Ruto.
I wouldn't want to, and I don't think I want to have that opportunity at all.
But when I ask you about
why I'm saying is the reality that must hit us as the opposition. Because we cannot continue lying to people that we are united and we are just having disunity, undermining each other, calling others small, lead wheelbarrows, and then imagine we are going to be part of a con game to tell Kenyans that we are organizing ourselves to win.
So then there is no agenda of the united opposition.
There is an agenda
because all that we've been hearing, Jeremiah, is the things that you've been talking, undermining, disunity. You've been talking about mudslinging and throwing each other under the bus and everybody calling everybody a mole. Sounds like that's the agenda that you've come out to do. It's an
agenda in some of the quarters. But if you ask me, there are people, let me classify ourselves into three. There is a section of us within the opposition that is only keen on winning or getting some control in parliament. There's another section of us that is keen on walking into State House and being the house, occupying the house at the Hill. And there is also now another team of people who are keen on changing the governance of this country. And every time you sit and listen to those who are saying, how do you intend to change the health system? It becomes interesting, but it is also boring to those who want to just be on top of vehicles going around. So when you ask what is Matiang'i doing, I like listening to him because he will be able to tell you. In fact, somebody told me there is none among those people he has listened to who understands government. For you to be able to bring change in government, you need to understand it. You need to know when you talk about healthcare, what needs to be changed? What is it that is not working? When you talk about the education system, what is it that is not working? Is it just the capitation? No. Is it, he is able to talk to you about the issues that needs to be addressed, without a struggle. When you talk about, so when you talk about policy issues, I would be happy at any given time to bring people from Jubilee to bring our candidate, Matiang'i, to debate the others on the issues of policy. Ukienda juu ya magari, that one, call me. I will debate them. We need
to go to a break, but Jeremiah, I need you to make the connection because the first question was about the numbers.
Yes.
And in order to get the numbers, which are so heavily sought after by so many, that you have to be appealing to this Kenyan voter whose psyche has evolved over the last 5 years, that you cannot corral them like sheep anymore, that you have to be speaking something to them of substance, whether they are educated or not. That they're thinking very differently. So in order to get these numbers, which they're there for the taking for everyone, there has to be something that you're appealing to these numbers. And I'm struggling to hear what that is from you.
No, I will tell you. Okay. Are we having the break or
let's take the break then? Then maybe when we come back from that, Jeremiah will tell us exactly what that is. He's deputy party leader of the Jubilee Party. We'll continue right after this.
This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day. traffic.
All right, so there's a little bit of that still building as you come onto the Thika Superhighway this morning and then get towards the Pangani Underpass. All right, then everybody seems to be gravitating towards the city centre this morning. And what's this? This is traffic that's coming off of the Southern Bypass and is getting towards the Uhuru Gardens interchange. That's really busy now. And then Raila Odinga Way is taking some of that traffic going towards Ngong Road. So that whole Langata Road area going towards Raila Odinga Way, coming off of Ngong Road on the other side, really busy this morning. Bits and bobs of traffic as you get off of Langata Road, right around the Nyaya Stadium roundabout, and then heading towards Aerodrome, and then on towards Uhuru Highway. So that's busy. Also coming off of Jogo Road, getting to the Landis Junction with Haile Selassie, and then as you get off the Pangani Underpass and go towards Moranga Road, that's going to be fun because there's quite some traffic here as well. All right, all in tow, keeping an eye on all of this, and we're keeping it moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Ebola virus disease is a severe and often deadly illness. With outbreaks reported in neighboring countries, we all need to stay alert. Ebola spreads through direct contact with the body fluids of an infected person or by touching contaminated clothing, bedding, utensils, needles, and other surfaces. It can also spread through contact with the body of someone who has died from Ebola. Watch out for symptoms such as fever, severe headache, muscle pain, diarrhea, vomiting, or unexplained bleeding. If you or someone you know develops these symptoms, especially after traveling to affected countries, immediately self-isolate and call 719 or seek medical care. Protect yourself by washing your hands regularly with soap and running water or using a 70% alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid contact with bodily fluids like vomiters, diarrhea at cough, a suspected or infected Ebola patient. If caring for a suspected case, wear appropriate protective equipment and call healthcare providers immediately for assistance. Avoid travel to areas experiencing Ebola outbreaks. If you have traveled recently from an affected area, monitor your health for 21 days and report any symptoms immediately. Avoid eating or handling bushmeat from live or dead wild animals such as bats, monkeys, antelopes, and porcupines. Remember, people affected by Ebola deserve compassion and care, not stigma. Stop spreading rumors and always rely on verified information from the Ministry of Health. For more information, dial *719#, call 719, chat with Jali on WhatsApp at 0700-719-719 or visit www.health.go.ke. Stay informed, stay safe. Together, we can stop Ebola. This message is brought to you from the Ministry of Health, KNPHI, and partners.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue our conversations this morning, and we're getting towards 9 o'clock. Deputy Party Leader of the Jubilee Party is Jeremiah Kioni here with us this morning. And the numbers is what we're looking to, obviously, as a year towards the election, a year or less a day. And if you're going to get the numbers, then you're going to have to be appealing to the psyche of this woke Kenyan. And we're trying to figure out what that is.
I think one of the things that I must feel like once you are there, whatever it is that you do will also affect me positively. Again, not you will be a person who represents all of us. Who is this person who can unify and think about the whole country as opposed to the region he or she comes from? Number two, we have issues that have plagued us, and Kenyans have talked about them. Every time you hear them talk about shisha, it means that the issue of health is top on their minds. You want a person who has an understanding on that system, somebody who has who can bring changes. Before we had then the National Housing, National Hospital Insurance Fund. We had the issue of universal health care, and it was tried in 4 counties, and it was successful. We were in the process of rolling out. Now we have the CHA program. We don't want to say that once you are in office, you scrap it immediately. No. because a lot of money has been spent, and this money, the money that has been spent is taxpayers' money. It's a question of looking at it and seeing what needs to be improved to ensure that it covers, again, it goes back to the track we were on universal health care. We had issues like the maternity programs that were there, the Reader Mama initiatives, and they had they were addressing specific issues that were there. Today, if you don't put on the table the issue of mental health of Kenyans and the issues that contribute to the ill health of our, perhaps the mental ill health, you will miss some of the things, like when you talk about Leader Mama, you are removing that burden from people's minds of what becomes of the family if the lady in the house is about to deliver. That whole process, are we losing the child, are we losing the mother, what is going to be the health of both after delivery? That whole process weighs heavily on every family. When you talk about issues like Nduh Afya, we had that program also, ensuring that once a child has joined school, all the way until the child leaves or leaves the university, you are taking care of the medical. You have medical attention, or medical cost is taken over by the government. Those are some of the programs. If you talk about the issues of security again, today we are all suffering under the control of goons. They are there everywhere. If you want your wedding to be managed by goons, they are available. We become a country where goons have a role to play. And I don't believe that it is a joy of any of us to know that or to think that we have now, subcontracted our security arrangements to goons as opposed to our defense forces or the uniformed team. I mean, that's an important thing. So when you're talking about security, you don't want... From goonism, you'll be hit by terrorists, you go all through these things. And we want somebody who can fix the security, and it can't be fixed because it has been done before. We have the border, a very good source of income for people, but it is also becoming a security issue. Somebody who can be able to say, we need to fix it. You remember we had this menace of Matatu. We used to call it the Matatu madness. That was it was in our headlines. Matatu headlines. And until Matatu madness, until Mishuki came in, sorted it out, people had faith in him. And he was able to blink changes, and we are still enjoying from those changes. I believe that if you have somebody in the security sector who people have faith in, and that's why I keep mentioning the name of our presidential candidate, Matiang. He's been there before. We sorted out the issue of terrorism when there were a menace in this country. The issue of cattle rustling in some areas, we thought it would never have been brought to an end, and he was able to do that. These are issues that are top in our minds when you talk about the economy. And the economy, all these things, by the way, inform the well-being of Kenyans. But even when you talk about the use of the tax dollar, if I may borrow that, how you use the money, it's crucial. We don't want to say that we're just going to fight corruption, but if you go in and you don't. You are not after being accountable to the people. I like what Matiang keeps saying. He wants a government that is accountable to the people, and he keeps saying, hold me to account. That is a very important, a very major statement. Hold me to account, and I am promising you I will not fail you. And those kind of statements are that, you are making it known to Kenyans that the government that we want to be part of as Jubilee is a government that serves the people. The government that is not the boss, moving around scaring people, but a government that is there to serve the people. And I think even as you want to drift to the next question, one of the things that we have been complaining about as within Jubilee is that we don't like this politicking on top of vehicles 24/7. And you cannot continue complaining about it if you don't have a solution to it. I have always held, and I believe that this is also the belief of our presidential candidate. We need to reduce the time we spend politicking. And the way we do it is by one of the ways, and it has been suggested in many other documents, even in NADICO, it was there in BBI, expand this executive. Let it not look like it's a winner take it all. Why even the United Opposition is unable to, clerk who is going to be their candidates, because once you are the presidential candidate, everybody else becomes has no role. Expand that executive. Have the president, the deputy president. Sometimes some people, Kibaki in 1997 has suggested 2 deputy presidents. He has suggested a prime minister and 2 prime minister, deputy prime ministers. We had the office of the speaker, office of, so split this power. Perhaps bring back the issue of having cabinet coming from within parliament, so that it is not just that you must be in the executive. You can also be a member of parliament and be playing a role in the executive. That seems to have helped us, Ariro, better than where we are today. So that's also something that will need to be looked at. We are talking about when we were out in Kulia, one of the issues that came out very strongly is representation. They talked about representation to a point where if you didn't note that is an issue that needs to be addressed in this country, again, you'll have failed. We have had it. Some constituencies are too big. Others are feeling like they have been, completely excluded, even if they are not big. The Kulias are saying they have no breathing space from where they are. So these are some of the issues that we'll be putting on the table, and some of the changes that we want to bring about once we have an opportunity to govern.
So. As we approach 2027, it is clear that no single candidate will win this election by walking alone. That would mean alliances and formations that anyone gets into is a guarantee in one way or the other, but that these alliances as well must make Kenyans and must propel that would-be candidate to forming that. Now, where we are seeing right now are where you're calling it bullying and there is misunderstanding and everything else. Clearly, it is not working in one way, and that must be fixed, or people must walk out. Whilst that's a problem that does exist, and there's bullying that does happen, why are we knocking on this door that is not opening? Why not to walk out and find different alliances that will propel you towards?
Maybe one is that I think that's a scenario again that was envisaged with even in our constitution, where he talked about coalitions, and you can have coalitions before or after. That was provided for in our constitution, because clearly you can fail, and you might fail, and looks like we will fail to form a coalition ahead of time. And if we fail to form a coalition ahead of time, it's not the end of the world. It also provides that let everybody run. If nobody masters 50+1, then you go back, number 1 and number 2. So all these scenarios are there. It's only that we are not courageous enough to discuss them. I am not myself going to spend all the time looking for that one candidate. Wacha kila mtu aingie kwa uwanja kama tumeshindwa kuelewana. Whoever it is that gets the second largest number of votes goes in with the number 1. Whoever it is also gets the number 1 and number 2. Wrong and short of it. Number 1 and number 2. Go back and run. That would have helped. Before you take it away, I know how you take things away. That would have helped the opposition to identify their candidate. Right. At the cost of the government. Because I don't even think the opposition has the money to run a nomination process before general elections, so that they have one candidate and then run against William. So one of the ways is that if all of them then go to the field, just like it happened in Okoh, all of them waingie, utaona watu wenyewe. By the way, this Kenya mwenye tunacheza naye, they are happy to be entertained by all the things we are saying. Lakini kati yetu wanajua nani anaweza leta changes in their lives. And you see them queuing behind one person. But this is the other statement. When we queue behind you, we are not queuing behind you so that you send others to the gallows. No. We are queuing behind you so that you also bring all these other people to the table and work with them.
But Jeremiah, these same politicians are same Kenyans. They're not different from Kenyans, right? And they equally know among themselves who's best fit to run government. So why not just sit and agree on who you'll give the ticket and move?
Because the reason as to why I'm running is different from the reason as to why you are running.
So then you can't come together.
I told you, I could be looking at it and I want to retire from politics and I must achieve this life of a dream. I could be a person who is, if I'm not in power, I might end up in jail. That would get me running day and night. Or I could be a person who is so bitter that I am going to bring you down, come what may. And there could be this other person who is saying, just give me an opportunity. This country will be better than where we are, and all of us will be feeling taken care of. So that is why they cannot sit and agree as to who can go. If the only reason, kama ingekuwa ni ile bio 100 meters, and we want to win, and we know that you are the one who Imanyara in the country, then nobody will go. But that's not the kind of thing. The interest, the reason as to why we are running, it's not the same.
So then you're wasting people's time by having this conversation about we're going to come united as united opposition and I don't know whatever, because everybody's having meetings. Somebody goes to visit somebody for a cup of tea. Somebody goes to Amunyoro. Somebody comes back and goes somewhere to Kitui. You're wasting people's time by talking about the fact.
I don't think we are.
Because you're saying that the reasons why people want to be president are different. And the thing about unity is that it requires even a semblance of a similar thread amongst everybody. And for me, that would be changing the course of the destiny of the people of Kenya. Now, if the reasons, Jeremiah, for people coming together are not similar in any way, shape, or form, then what are you doing?
What the hell are we doing?
Absolutely.
I want to tell you this. One is that you are as guilty as we are.
Who?
Because Nduh na dada, you have also given us opportunity to spend a lot of time, and I have talked about it a little bit. I alluded to it earlier. Munakibia tu kwa nyumbani interviews Johnny. Na haulizi swali yoyote, why is it that you are in this thing?
I've asked Nduh, and I'm asking
again. So you are as guilty as we are, because I want to hold the media to account. Why haven't you organized debates?
You know, you're very brilliant, Jeremiah. You're an extremely brilliant man. But what you're doing,
I'll tell you
is that you are going away from my question.
No, I want to come back to it.
Why are you telling us that you actually are all running for different reasons, but then you've held us to this dog and pony show for the last 6 months about how is a united opposition.
I also told you
shouldn't be a united opposition because you're not united. So can you just all disunite? You've said it. Can you repeat that? You've said it.
And I said again, I am not going to be part of a con game.
So why have you held captive audience for all this time? And people are saying, oh, okay, they're hiding behind the bushes. They're going to come and tell us tomorrow, this is the guy it's going to be. There's a target on this person.
Waiting for the white smoke.
We're waiting for the smoke, but then there's no fire even. There's no match. There's nothing.
Mimi nitakwambia tena na nitasema na Kiswahili ndio wewe na wengine waelewe. I said here, that is already English. Nisema hapa ya kwamba one of the ways of doing it is carry out a scientific polling. That is being resisted. There's cost element in it, of course, and there are many people who do not want to do it. The other thing I also asked from the media is, why don't you, instead of coming to my house to carry out a solo interview, why don't you call us into Spice? There are 3 chairs, 3 corners here. Hold us to a debate, even if it's 2 hours, 1 hour, on an issue. Let Kenyans make up their minds out there. Again, if a person is, you will hear people resisting that, saying, I'm not available and the rest. We who are outside the united opposition must force this question to the table. Is it going to happen or not going to happen?
But I think you've already confirmed today there is no united opposition.
I'm not
Jeremiah.
a candidate.
It doesn't matter. You're a deputy party leader who is holding brief. Not just speculative or perceptive, but you're holding brief for a potential political presidential candidate.
For the most popular presidential candidate.
There you go. And then now you're telling us
he believes in the united opposition. Yesterday he told me that remember, forming this coalition is a very difficult thing and it is going to take time and it calls for a lot of patience. Maybe patience that he has that I do not have. But let me say this. When I mentioned the name of Fred Matiang'i, he was working the World Bank.
Yes.
I had not consulted him. My mind then was telling me, if we don't pick a candidate who is likely to be less controversial, less political, and a person who Kenyans can identify, wote wakiwa Vanga, wakiwa wapi kwa sababu wanajua jina lake, a person who Kenyans can rally behind without having been persuaded politically, we will end up where we are. Instead of people who are with me seeing that kind of mindset, I was fought left, right, and center. Many did not understand why I was being fought. But I was being fought because I was denying others an opportunity to come and play politics with us and waste our time by telling us that we are going to produce one presidential candidate, a candidate not based on ability to bring changes in this country, but based on how your ability to mobilize people, whip emotions, insult others, isolate others. That kind of thing, we were resisting it from the beginning. Now we are in the deep end. And I am saying I am not the one to be blamed. For this I can tell you, I tried, I did my best. Nilipambana kupigania chama ambacho kiko na uso ya Wakenya. And I'm happy that the changes that were brought in the new of SG and party leaders, so that it was not a Mlima party. But instead of us looking at making it look like a national party, what were we told? Oh, this is now a Mukisi party. But the people who did not want us to get to a candidate who is better for all Kenyans, but who wanted to make sure that they mobilized using other reasons. So all this fighting, if you want to actually get an answer to the question you're asking me, go through the battles I've gone through. Oh, the answer is there. Wale ambao walikuwa, I mean, I question some people, and I don't want to mention, but there are people I ask, why is it that you are trying to promote bullies from certain communities? Why are you picking the worst in every community and trying to work with that person?
Why can't you just say, Jeremiah, that everybody should just run alone?
Yeah. I said it. We did it in Okoh. Kila mtu, kama hakuna maana ya kupoteza wakati mingi, kama hii kitu inaenda namna watu wapange line pale. People will vote behind, they will queue behind Matiang'i and William. Then we sort them out. The general election. Na hii kitu ikuishia hapo. Na sisi twende, kila mtu aende akatafute kura. Iwe namna hiyo. I mean, for me, it's the easiest way to go. And I don't say that because presidential candidate is my president, but it's because I had this vision more than 2 years ago.
Apart from...
Wacha nikuambie, after 2022, I knew if we don't end up with a different thing. Because Laida called us, I want to make a disclosure here. Immediately after the 2022 elections, Laida assembled a few of us in Mombasa. And he said he's done with the politics. It's time for you young people to start running around and getting a person. Organize yourself to run 2027. He said that. So in my mind, I knew he was not going to run. Even if Laina was alive today, he wasn't going to run. And it is at that point I started asking myself, I am here struggling with one of the bigger, they were on 3 parties, is ODM, is Jubilee, is UDA. What role are we going to play? I'm the Secretary General. So it was not, it's not innocent. If I can continue making those, it's not innocent. My picking on Matiang'i, it was not innocent. He may not have understood it also when he got back to the country. Maybe he also didn't understand the number of people who are up against his candidature. Now it is clearer to him, I believe. Because if it was clear to us 1 year ago, the question that you're asking, which is very painful now, and the answer I'm giving that is really not a very encouraging answer, will not have a reason. Will be clear like it was 2027, 2022, 2017, not 2017 and 2022. 2017 it was Uhuru versus Raila. 2022 it was Ruto versus Raila. To 2027 it would have been William versus Matiang'i.
I mean,
lakini sasa tumepambana hapa, wengine wamekuja mpaka Munya mwenyewe anakuja kukuambia mimi sitapigia huyo kura.
United Opposition, where Jubilee belongs as well, has been the first agenda, rather what has been said, the first agenda is Ruto must go and one term is a reality. But now we are 1 year less a day to the general election. And you've rightfully said that perhaps we need to start having conversations around agenda and issues coming up.
right? And with that, then these over the roof, top of the roof conversations need to stop, and we need to start seeing agenda. As Jubilee, let's talk about Jubilee then. With your presidential candidate, what strategy are you employing so that even as you struggle to be the candidate for United Opposition, that we are seeing agenda being pushed by the Jubilee candidate?
I have mentioned that, and I can tell you that I would be happy to just talk about what we want to do in every of the sectors. Of course, the best person to do that is the presidential candidate himself, but I can also do it because I've listened to him. We have had these discussions. But I'm telling you that instead of us concentrating on that point, we are being taken into side shows because that is where we are best at as Jubilee.
Okay.
We have a track record on every sector. When we went to that place is called, oh my goodness, how do I remember forget the last, not just before Isibania. There's a town way near the border. I'm forgetting the name. But they were there. We were asking, nani areta is Tima? Jubilee. Ilami nani areta? Jubilee. Every corner of this country, there's something we did. Why? Because we had a clear vision of what we wanted to do as a party. That is the same vision we want to grow beyond where we were. And we can tell you on every sector, there's something we will do that will bring changes to Kenya's life, and it will be done without the struggle.
Okay.
And that is what we like talking about. But before we talk about that, nikikuja kabla nionge, ala, wewe ni red wheelbarrow.
Haya,
sawa. Hata sasa wachaneni na hiyo sasa. Hii mwaka ni atuoge mambo ya viongozi, na tunataka wapange laini. Kama hawataelewana, waache kusema mwaka ujao. Wapange laini, tupange laini nyuma yao.
And let's see who will be behind.
I think we've equally extended an invitation to your presidential candidate, SpiceFM.
I'll call him immediately after this, and I'll call you to give you an answer.
Sawa, sounds good. But one thing is clear, Jeremiah doesn't believe this united opposition is united or should even remain. Good morning. Thank you for coming this morning. It is 9 a.m.
I still have some hope. I'm very
World 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Danyaza. I'm Sheila Tembor. The IEBC has begun preparations for the 2027 general election by inviting tenders for key technology systems and election materials. Through a tender notice, the commission is seeking suppliers for the KIM system, ballot papers, tactile folders, and a register of voters and statutory results declaration forms. Bidders for the KIM tender will be required to provide a 30 million shillings bid security, while those seeking to supply ballot papers and other election materials will provide 40 million shillings bid security. IEBC says the procurement is part of its technological and operational preparations for the 2027 polls. Kenyans have until 31st August to submit proposals to the National Treasury for consideration under Finance Bill 2027. In a notice, Treasury CS John Badi says the public can propose changes to tax laws, tax administration, and East African Community customs measures. The Treasury plans to prepare the bill from this month and submit it to the National Assembly by January 2027, ahead of the general election. Badi says the early process is necessary to allow the government to fast-track the budget cycle before Parliament breaks for the elections. He has urged the public and other stakeholders to submit specific, realistic, and fiscally responsible proposals that address current economic challenges. Linda Mwananchi movement leader Edwin Sifuna has condemned remarks by Kotu Secretary General Francis Atwoli on the role of youths in the country. Speaking in Kituyu, Sifuna described the remarks as demeaning and urged the youth to unite and demonstrate their potential in next year's general election. He also criticized government policies targeting young people, promising to review them if elected president in next year's polls.
Unajua hao wazee wanatuambia ati kazi ya vijana, ati sisi hatuwezi kutafuta uongozi, ati kazi yetu ni kuingia kwa polisi na kuingia kwa jeshi na kuwa watchmen. Saa ile tunapigwa na baridi kwa milango, wao wako home wananyonya AC polepole, wakipiga mvinyo polepole. Wanatuma polisi wetu kule Baragoi wakapigwe marisasi, wanapeleka polisi wetu kule Haiti kwa sababu ni vijana. Mimi nataka niwaambie hawa wazee lazima sasa watatii, si ndio?
Elsewhere, residents in Lamu County are calling on drug dealers to stop the trade and seek legal sources of income, warning that continued trafficking could trigger community unrest. Led by Ali Saif, the resident says drug abuse is increasingly affecting young people, including students, with some dropping out of school.
Ni madrugs zile pesa wameuza wanafaa watosheke nazo na wafanye biashara zingine, kwa sababu wasichukulie ni watoto wenyewe wanaharibu. Pia hii kizazi chao kitafikiwa na hii madhara. Wasiangalie ile faida ya hapo kwa hapo, wajaribu pia biashara zingine, kama biashara ni nyingi, hata ya mahoteli, hata yani biashara ni nyingi, hata anaweza kuingia mambo ya, lakini drugs waache, kwa sababu biashara ziko nyingi sana. Mtu asikwambia hakuna kazi. Nakuta watoto wanakula karambele na wanafikiria kufanya vitu ambavyo, na ukiangalia watoto wenyewe ni wadogo sana, na tukisema kwamba watoto wadogo kama hawa waendelee kufanya mambo kama haya, kumbuka kwamba tutakuwa hatuna tena watoto, sio?
A 44-year-old police corporal attached to the General Service Unit headquarters has been killed after two masked men broke into his home in Bondo, Siaya County. Corporal Henry Okoh was attacked at around 2:30 a.m. on Monday while sleeping with his wife. Police say the assailants, armed with a panga and a sword, stabbed him before dragging him outside and assaulting him. His wife was unharmed and nothing was stolen from the house. The attackers fled and their motive remains unknown. Police have launched investigations while Ojude's body has been moved to Bondo Sub-County Hospital mortuary pending a post-mortem. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption, because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and he found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to live, has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. 101.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you, and thank you for keeping it here. It's at 8 minutes after 9 o'clock and into the final hour of our conversations this morning. And we deal with one that has been, in terms of contention, what exactly is going to happen next as concerns university students going into school in the next couple of weeks. And to help us out into this conversation, where we're going to be talking about higher education funding and evaluating the loans, government funding, and the student burden, Dr. Maina Wa Gaithoro is the Secretary General of the National Parents Association, Kiambu and Central Region, and joins us in the hot seat this morning. Good morning to you, Dr.
Good morning, sir.
Karibu sana. And the Chief of Staff, University of Nairobi Students Association, is Michael Soy, also here with us this morning. Karibu.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, both of you. Before we get into this conversation necessary for us to have, Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb. We'd love to get your interpretation of it.
Yes, our proverb comes from Mauritania. Capital is Nouakchott, and it's rich in gold, phosphate. It is rich in iron ore. The reason why they have one of the longest and the heaviest train, over 2 kilometers long, called the iron ore train. And that helps in transporting the minerals that they do have for processing and further exportation outside the country. It is predominantly a desert with a population of around 6 million people. And that notwithstanding, they are back into greening the country. They have the Green Wall of Mauritania that then addresses climate change, desertification, land degradation, drought, and food security. Our proverb: if you knock and no one answers, at least you know which door not to return to. If you knock and no one answers, at least you know which door not to return to. How would you interpret it?
Before I get to the interpretation of the proverb of the day, I like to twist it to what the Gen Z and a student from the University of Nairobi will do. If you knock at the door and it doesn't open, you ought to break that door and just get in.
Okay.
Anyway, back to what the Mauritanians were thinking towards when they formulated the proverb. It talks to us about rejection. When you pursue something, you've made an effort towards achieving something, perhaps it's education, a career, a partner, or someone you want to be with. Once you do not have that opening of the door or the acceptance, you shouldn't persistently continue being there, but move forward to another opportunity. So one closed door informs you that you don't need to return there, but make progress. Perhaps when they were building the longest train you were talking about, they needed to look at the geographical extent of their areas. Perhaps they didn't find the oars or moved on to where another opportunity were. That is why they said, when one door doesn't open, you need to move to the next.
To the next one. Dr. How would you interpret it?
I think he has said it all, but I would go to another direction. I would keep on knocking and knocking. If it doesn't open at all, I presume that there's nobody in the house. And it could be, I'll go to the next door. I'll go to the next door. And again, also, I would also think that the person inside is not welcoming me. If he's not welcoming me, then I would rather go to the person who is a bit compassionate, who open it for me. So I think I would just keep on trying new doors. And if they opens, then I'll forget the unopened door. And I think it is a door of unkindness.
Alternatively, what one would do as well is build your own house with your own door that you have keys to. You open and close whenever you want.
But if you don't have the ability.
Sure. Well, speaking of doors, it looks as though one door was opened when, during this last current period, Kenyans were told that university funding would be taken care of and that the previous funding model was not going to come into play, but that the state was going to take care of everything. Well, that door closed and another door was opened. And we are now being told that you can borrow money to fund university education, 3 times interest of what HELB is currently offering. Let's just look at what this kind of means in terms of the door that is being opened. We'll start with you, Dr. For the 294,000 students who will enter into the 38 public universities across the country, it seems as though things are not quite sure. Before we come to the student experiences of those who have been in university for the last 1, 2, 3, 4 years, and what essentially is going to happen to them, how is this taking everybody at the moment?
I would like to take you back and see when we are reading our budget, this was not captured.
Sindo?
Was it by thought? Was it by political? So because I think any political statement that is made cannot be correct. It might be that door that never opens, and I think it is very weird for a person to promise poor parents that they'll get free education, while we know that could be that may not be possible. Well, but if there is the will, the government can go back, do a current budget, and if they did another budget and capture that, then we shall agree. But if it's just on top of vehicles that we are being promised, then we think that we have had so many promises on top of vehicles, on roadside shows, and they have never worked.
Yeah.
So we are wondering whether that is a door that is so hard to open, because a long time ago, immediately after independence, education was accessible to everybody, the poor and the rich together, because education is an equalizer, and it's only education that can empower our youth and everybody, for that matter. The Basic Education Act dictates that everybody is supposed to access education. So I don't know why these policies now should not be furnished, that everybody gets money as the old days. The good old days, everybody was getting education, everybody was getting a boom, and then they would get a loan that was not overtaxed, and then of course they would be able to pay when they get jobs.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if you are giving this money that is so highly, with a very high interest, where are our students going to get? Where do you want to tax somebody immediately when they go to the job market?
Yeah.
They will be very overburdened.
Yeah. So we look at education as an equalizer, as Dr. has said, that everybody should be able to access this. But we have you in campus, and with that, then one asks the question, how has the access been, especially when it comes to funding education in campus, And when you look at HELB was there, it was changed to education funding model, the new one that never worked, and now we have a new model that is being proposed that will be expensive. What does that translate to all students who are already struggling, even when HELB was there before the education funding model? What does this new funding model that is being proposed, what will it do to students?
Thank you, Aseto, for this opportunity. And when I listened to the president making that proclamation of education, university education would be free, I was almost happy, because I was there when he was receiving the Kenya Vision 2060 report or proposal. Yeah. But minutes or hours later or days later, when the cabinet secretary, the principal secretary of higher education, was in parliament with the CEO of University Fund, that is Monari, they said that education won't be free. It would be loans. And that is what basically broke my heart. What defines a working university funding model? It is a model that ensures that a student is admitted, get the requisite funding, completes his education in times, get the requisite skills, and transitions to the job market. What is happening in these proposed funding model is just ensuring that there are admissions to the university, but it doesn't take care of how will this student progress once he is in the university. Apart from the payment of the tuition fee, what happens is the student needs accommodation, he needs meals, he needs transport, he needs to move around, he needs to print papers, he needs to do research, to go for field work. What has been provided in the past by HELB hasn't been sufficient in its entirety because of the economy of the country. We thought the new funding model would have been an equalizer, because those one who had the opportunity or the capability to pay their school fees would have, and then those who are from poor backgrounds would have been given the support from the government. But that is being taken away from us. Making an allusion to the door phenomena or the proverb that you told us is the door that the president is opening and those stakeholders who are making these policies are opening to us after we've knocked is a door that is leading us to a room full of poisonous gases, and it's going to kill us. How is this going to kill us? Previously, HELP used to charge 4% for the rates that the interest rates and 1,000 shillings for the annual ledger fee. This loan that we're being given will have an interest of 3 times more. I perhaps could not be having a problem or so my problem about that because I'd have had the education. But what burdens me more is the authority that is being set up by that bill that is in Parliament will be given powers to go for this loan, and they have been given powers not to deduct more than 25% of my income, and that is if I get unemployment.
After that. Okay, so I want to look at some numbers, okay? Yeah. What we've been told is that after graduation, only 7% of graduates get a job within the first 1 year. All right? Now, to pay back this loan, it's heavily dependent upon whether you get employment or whether you're in a sustainable business, for example, that will then generate income for you to then be able to pay it back, right? It's dependent upon that. But if we're looking at 7% of graduates getting a job within the first 1 year, it puts people in a bit of a pickle, because then what are you going to do in terms of paying the loan? Now, let's set that aside for a moment. And let's look at this money that you actually get. What you've gotten before has been through HELP, right? And through the university funding model, which, interestingly enough, was only funding 40% of the need. Yeah. Yes, because we see the numbers and we know. It was only funding 40% of the total population of those who required the funding. All right. Now, what does this money pay for? And let's go to the detail. So, what course were you studying, for example?
At the University of Nairobi, in my undergraduate, I studied a Bachelor of Science in Geospatial Engineering.
So that was a 5-year course?
It was a 5-year
course. All right, I just want to go through the details, sorry, okay?
The details,
okay,
I'll
now,
give it to you.
When you got into the first year, and this could be representative for other students, okay? You said, okay, maybe I'm not going to be able to pay for this by myself. What was the total cost of a yearly, in year one? What was the cost?
Year one, before the introduction of these...
before all of this.
The students used to pay 28,500 Kenya shillings for the entire year.
What does it include?
This includes the tuition fee and everything that the university needs.
Okay. This is not accommodation and feeding?
Let me now come to the accommodation and everything else. The factor or the component that was being taken care of by the HELP monies that I used to receive, that was a tune of 40,000 Kenya shillings. So out of that 40,000, 6,000 could go to payment of my accommodation fee.
Sorry, just let me clarify. You were getting 40,000 shillings a year from HELP?
Yes.
A year?
So it comes in 2 batches. That was 20,000 and 20,000. After you remove the annual ledger fee of 500, it comes to around 19,500 or 18,000. Some charges.
Okay.
Yes.
So now 6,000 goes to?
6,000 goes to accommodation for the entire year.
And this is on campus?
When on campus, when I was in first year, in 2017.
All right. Okay.
Is how many years down the line?
This is okay. Let's stay in 2017 for a minute. Okay. So you're getting 40,000 shillings. Maybe comes down to about 38,000 with all the deductions. All right. In a year. 6,000 goes towards accommodation.
In a year.
In
2017.
Okay.
I know. We're still in 2017. It's okay. Yeah. 6,000 goes towards accommodation in a year.
Yes.
All right. So you're left with 32,000 shillings.
Yes.
Where does this money go?
This 32,000 now goes to the meals for the entire year.
Yeah.
When I'm in school.
Okay.
Goes for my transport from the village to Nairobi to come and pursue this education.
Got it.
Goes to now to, I need to go for field work and research, let's say in Kibwesi, when I was in my 4th year, that goes to financing the same.
Okay.
By that time, it wasn't sufficient. Let me bring you...
No.
Let me bring you to...
No. We are still... there's a reason why we are doing this.
Yeah.
We are still staying in 2017.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned 28,500. That was the cost of tuition in 2017.
Yes.
Where does this money come from? Because the money that came from help has gone to accommodation and feeding for the year.
So this money now was supposed to come from household contribution.
You now
and
Soy's parents.
Okay. And you will find that at times the parent wasn't able to pay for the tuition fee. That is the 28,500.
Mm-hmm.
So if I was a student who was focused on getting my degree, I will take my help money and then pay for the fee to be in a position to do my exam.
So then we don't know where you're going to live or how you're going to eat.
So I'll say it's a balance.
All right.
Okay.
Now
tight
balance things. Okay. Now.
Okay.
Let me take you to.
Now.
Wait.
Where are you now? See, we're trying to figure out how this thing is going to be
step
paid.
by step.
Calm down. So this has happened 2017. You've balanced, somehow come around. They say, okay, you may proceed to second year.
Yes.
Same 40,000 comes from help. And we don't have an increase yet. You go to third year. Then you go to fourth year. Then you go to now your final year. You more or less scratch. Okay? Around, if you were still in university, around that time is when we saw that there was going to be an increment. Right? Was the money that was then coming from help also when you go to apply with the increment at the base? Was the money that came from help then increased as well if you applied for it?
Nope.
No. Okay. Now, how was that balance happening from other comrades, from others who were in school? How was that balance happening with the same money and an increased amount?
Increased amount of tuition fee.
Yes.
And I'd like to make it specifically clear now that there was an increased amount of the accommodation fee from 6,000 at the University of Nairobi. Do you know to how much?
Tell us.
7 times.
42,000.
42,000.
From 6,000. What a shock. Okay.
That is what I have been agitating so much, to just have it in context.
All right.
Okay.
We agitated last year and it was reduced by half to around now 20-something to 15. Not bad. When that increment came about, we saw massive dropout of some of our students from the university who couldn't afford completely. We now saw the surgeons of students going to these loan apps that are there to borrow for them to be able to finance their food, nothing else.
Okay.
But when the rubber met the road, that is when the time for examinations came, they weren't allowed into the examination rooms.
Okay.
What happened? They deferred.
Okay.
All right.
Many deferred.
Okay. Daktari.
Yes.
We've just painted a picture of what the situation is in universities as we speak today.
Yes.
And any forward-thinking government then would go back to the drawing board and see how best to address the situation. Because whilst Soy is talking about, let's look at the 40,000 that they were receiving at the time, it still wasn't enough. Economy has changed. Everything has gone up, yet we're still giving 40,000, and we're even increasing on some of the funding that goes into the same. Not funding in terms of expenses, still have gone up. Would you reckon that as a country where we find ourselves today, that we are not intentional, we do not have political goodwill to address matters to do with education as a fact with the agency that it requires, that all we're doing is just playing politics?
Well said. I think unless now we enact or we elect another government that is sensible enough, we are headed to a big dish in academics, and we may not be able to compete in the academic field simply because our students will not have gone through their their education, more to say the university education. Although we attest that we are going and we are developing our country towards other developed countries, and we compare ourselves with Singapore, which is actually synonymous. It's not even compatible with our country. I think if you go back to from from primary education to the university education, things are quite expensive. We have a lot of fees that are being charged that are illegal from our primary schools to a higher schools, and you find that even many people many students do not even access education because they don't even be able to have paid or cleared their fee in high schools, and it starts from there. And again, when we talk about policy, we lack the goodwill of our politicians to enact a good policy that can make education accessible to everybody. They always
Yes, Dr. Yes. When we talk about education and implementation of policies that do come up, the Constitution itself requires public participation. Why do I bring that up? Because by the time a government comes out with a policy or change of that policy, then students, parents, and even lecturers, teachers ought to be included in this entire conversation for us to have a linear picture on the situation in the schools. Do you reckon, or rather, what's the situation when it comes to views from parents, views from students, views from tutors being picked up to inform policy direction and decisions that would be implemented later?
I wish we had a listening ear when you come to people who listen, because we had a presidential working party that did some public participation. We gave very good views that could be put into policy, but they were never enacted. They enacted what they wanted. They enact what they are guided by the politics of the day. So I think it's until when public participation shall be taken serious. Because we seriously say that it would have been important for everybody to be accorded the same opportunity to learn. And more so, we have so many vulnerable people, orphans, and putting it seriously, Parliament should enact that all vulnerable students, all vulnerable people should access education without any discrimination. But you find that we are discriminated upon. We discriminate upon our poor. And again, this is what goes plus is only to the rich people, because the rich will always be able to access education. And I think this is a policy that was a long time ago, that is so ancient, that is outdated, that it is easy to rule a poor person, and you can only be poor if you don't go through education.
So here we have the education funding model, which is just an aspect of university education, where then is ensuring that a student is able to go to class, be able to pay for tuition and everything else. But I want to look at the overall funding of university education, where then we equally have our lecturers being paid. We have development, research and development in universities as well being invested in. Because there has been an argument that if you look at even the infrastructure in universities today, it is what some were left by the colonial masters. Nothing much has gone into improving our universities as they were today to the standards where we say we are competing in the modern world. Well, that is the case then. We will increase fees and everything else, but we're not seeing commensurate investment into education in universities, as it were, for us to get the very best. How's the situation like?
Before I get to how the situation is like, I'd just like to just bring to light, when the president was mentioning about the introduction of these free university education, he made a concession that the previous models has failed. When the principal secretary was in parliament, she said that this is similar to boom that my brother Dr. here benefited from.
Yes.
And boom failed terribly. That is why there wasn't a mechanism to recollect those loans or get back. What this bill that is in Parliament intends to do, the Cabinet Secretary mentioned that the funding authority will have powers to utilize non-traditional resource mobilization mechanisms. We should be asking ourselves as a country, what are these non-traditional forms? They talked about education bonds and capital markets, and they are trying to say they want to ensure adequacy of funding. So is the government trying to say that we just want to fund university education, or they are interested in these education bonds and capital markets? In my view, that is what they are interested in. The structures that we have in our universities as we talk, You've put it clearly. These are structures that were built in the 1970s, 1980s. We lucky at the University of Nairobi we have one flagship project, 2030, the University of Nairobi Towers, because of the parallel programs that were there before Dr. Matiang'i came into office and did something around there. The problem about university funding, and the PS also consented to this, is budgetary allocation. You'll find that there is budgetary requirements of around 112 billion, figure around there. But what the parliament allocates is something shy of a half. So we are running away from treating or curing the same problem, but just going in a circus to be in a position whereby they are saying something is being done. When Dr. said that there are policies or propositions that they gave to the Presidential Working Party on education reforms that was chaired by Professor Munavu, their consideration and policies were not taken into consideration in the final report. The question that we are asking ourselves as students and student leaders and the entire country is, who is that person who sneaks in these policies or these recommendations into the reports, apart or away from the recommendation made by the parents, by the stakeholders who are seasoned, and by the lecturers and the students, or the people who are in the university or the education sector? And when the president make a proclamation that it will be free before the enactment in parliament, is the parliament being used as a rubber stamp? Do they have that now, the power that they should be having to amend this bill to ensure it suits the needs of the country? Or are we just politicking about our future? Do these people really care about where we're coming from? And what we are now asking ourselves is, if Dr. here has said that their proposals were not considered, whose are these proposals? No, whose are these proposals
that we are enacting today?
It is not the parliament's proposal. That's why they haven't discussed it. It's in the floor of the house. And will the parliament discuss these proposals in its entirety, or the parliamentarians are now rushing to up country to campaign and defend their seats? Parliaments will be coming to a close in a few months. Will they be just discussing these things for the betterment of our education sector, or just to please the presidency and the executive?
While we can have a conversation about what it means politically, we also have to ask the question about what's going to happen come the final week of August when these students will go to school. And let's talk about that when we come back from this break. We're having a conversation about university funding and trying to understand what exactly is going to happen, because we can talk about the politicking until the cows come home. But there are students who are going to be walking into the gates of universities in another 2 weeks. What is going to happen? We'll continue when we come back. Stay with us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so it is busy this morning, and there is traffic still on the Thika Superhighway as you come in from Survey all the way through towards the Pangani underpass, and that looks like it's going to be busy for a beat. And then traffic as you come onto Landis Road and then touch on Haile Selassie is busy as well. Coming in from Mombasa Road, crossing over from the Nyayo Stadium through towards Uhuru Highway is busy as well. Let's take a look at whatever was going on around the Uhuru Gardens interchange. That seems to have closed up for good now. And on Gong Road, as you get towards the city, that has already slowed down a little bit as well, or rather disappeared. There's traffic on James Gishore. It's crossing over towards Waiki, and some of that is going to go onto the Red Hill Link Road. Lower Kabete, Spring Valley, all of this really busy. Westlands, Ring Road, Westlands, and this whole area is busy. So we're still in traffic hour, it would appear. Let's talk and keep things moving through the day. SpiceFM KE on X.
As the sun rises, so do we, as we trust it to rise and set without any worries interrupting your day. StarTime's home solar solution with solar panels, hybrid inverter, and lithium battery. Power powering your prosperity and happier life, empowering you to do the things that really matter. A complete and reliable home solar solution. Call us today. Start Time Solar. Power your life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We continue our conversation this morning because then it's almost as though it's like you start looking for the diapers for the child who you've been pregnant with for 9 months. Okay, so there's students who are going to school end of August into the beginning of September. 294,000, according to what COOPS tells us. Those then who failed, who sat the exams last year and then have been accepted to university. All right. We don't look at the issues as to whether that's just a paltry percentage of those who actually qualified to go, but in terms of who they space for and those who are called up. Now, to go to a public university means that there is a subsidy that has taken place by government. So you're paying less than what you would if you're going to a private school. But at the same time, take into consideration that folks need a little bit of help to then be able to do this. With all that has been said, if it had to go to Parliament in order to find the money, because the CS Treasury has been told, wait, after Pesa, we'll sort out this issue.
And the Pesa.
And then Parliament it's been said that there's a bill before Parliament. People have said they've not seen the bill. Others have said, okay, maybe we should look for the bill under the table. I don't know where is this thing is going to be found. But until and unless you get a tick from Parliament, this money, wherever it's going to be found from, will not be dispersed. Now, let's face the reality that there are hundreds of thousands of students who will be coming into university gates in the end of this month. That's not it. There are hundreds of thousands of students who were in university. So those who were in first year are now going to second. Those who were in second are going to third. Those who were in third are going to fourth. Everybody breathed a sigh of relief when the government said, university funding on my tab. And then we come later and then we say, actually, you know what? How about my tab is you pay back my tab, right? Maybe we take that back because actually not his money. It's government. It's your money. It's taxes.
3 times interest.
Right? So how is that supposed to happen? Because you can take the loan. I don't think that would be a problem. But we're questioning now, will that money then be available come September 1st? Whereby it's now supposed to fill because remember what we're saying is that it's not necessarily money that's given to students. That the facility will be paid so that now you can activate your education, tuition, accommodation, and such. Will that money then be available? Because if it's not, I see we're staring at a major crisis. Dr.
I think we can, the seriousness, we would think that if this money is going to be available, urgent matters are supposed to be taken to Parliament, and the Parliament is supposed to discuss a supplementary budget for education only, and that's is only when we would think that they are serious. Because if they accorded a supplementary budget for all these over 200 student plus who are going to who are seeking an entry in the universities, then that we will take it seriously. What I think is that if they're not playing any politics, and it is very sad that our government is quick in playing politics with our children. I think we should see it being done now, and it actually is supposed to have been done yesterday, so that we can have an affirmation that our students are going to access university education. That's the only way. But if there's no any other way, and then they can remember, the youth are saying, and we're also saying to Kokadi, and this should be taken seriously. And to Kokadi, we should start deliberating before the election. Who can we put back into Parliament? Somebody who can take serious matters first, because the priority should be accorded to education. But where I see it, I don't see anybody taking seriously. They are just rhetorics, and I don't think that the government is going to be able. And this is going to be so sad, because so many youth will not be able to access education. They will not be able to. They will just defer going to the universities, and this is going to be very sad. But then now let us have the doors that is opened by the president's mouth. mouth that money shall be given. We believe that is the gospel of truth. If that is the gospel of truth, then that is a very, very, very well. And that is a plus for the president.
Okay. So you're saying we should actually believe that this is going to happen?
We should, because we have no reason of not believing. We should not have reason of not believing, because it gives us a little hope.
Yeah.
We will only be hopeless if it doesn't happen. And it shall be so sad to the youth if it never happens. That will be the greatest lie of all time, and it will be appended in history that somebody lied to the poor parent of this country.
Soy told us that he came from. Where did you come from before you came to Nairobi?
Bomet.
Yes. He was in Bomet.
Yes.
He didn't just stand up one fine Tuesday and say, "Oh, University of Nairobi has called me. Here I come." No. His parents prepared you with whatever they have. Yes. They say, "Okay, now son, you are going. You need to maybe book a vehicle, unless it's those ones fly by night. You say, okay, let's go stand on the side of the road. Shuttle Nairobi, boom, let's go." No, what am I saying? You prepared for it, and you know that this is where we are going. Did you apply for help on the day you were going to school, or did you do it prior?
With earlier.
Right. Okay. So before you got on said vehicle to come to Nairobi, there were certain things that were in place, so that by the time you present yourself at the University of Nairobi, before you go to the Faculty of Engineering, for example, there are certain things that had already been done. Your name was on a list somewhere. There was a card that you had received. There was accommodation that you had been given. All of these things had happened because you made a move prior. Now, it might shock everybody, but today is the 11th of August.
Yep.
Okay?
Yes, it is.
The trimester, begins in 2 weeks. There are people who have no idea what they are doing because of this thing. No meal cards, no accommodation stub,
no funding.
You don't know, because a week ago it was, we're taking care of everything. Now it's, you're going to take a loan. So how in that process do you reckon that students are preparing for this new semester?
Let me tell the country and the nation what is going to happen from... At least for University of Nairobi, they will be admitting from 24th of August. The Ministry of Education will compel the universities, because they are public universities, that you need to admit all the students, regardless, because the government is going to fund, and they have promised to do so.
Okay.
The universities will take in the students the way they are, and they would ask them of any monies.
They won't ask for money, all right.
Because they have been given a directive, and the president has made the proclamation. They will be given accommodation in the little available spaces that are there. For University of Nairobi, it's 10,000 bed capacity. After that, they will be now told, can you go to class? And the parent will be told, don't worry, we are taking care of your students. Where will the problems come? The allocation of these monies to the universities for payment of bills and everything else. So the parent atakuwa anaambiwa usionge, nimekwambia mtoto aingie university. The child will be told, the student, no, don't make noise, we are going to take care of it as a government. The lecturers will try to make some little bit of noise. What will happen? The government will pay their salaries. And they'll be told, we've taken care of your salary. And in this salary, it will be the basic salary, devoid of the statutory deductions to pay as you earn, SHA, the loans, blah, blah, blah. And they'll be told, you relax. Then now, the elephant in the room, the quality of education. The lecturer won't be having that morale to come and teach. The materials that need to be bought to ensure that this learner gets to class and does their lab work, their assignments and everything won't be there. The water bills at the universities, electricity bills, you'll find that the county governments will come now cutting those because they haven't been paid. And there will be no one particular person to cause uproar because parent haulipi. Mtoto nimekuambia uende usome. Lecturer nimekulipa fee yako. And now the university dons, the vice chancellors and the administrators will be told, can you contain the space? What kind of space are we putting them in? It's a hard place. And that is why I thank God I'm not a vice chancellor at this era. Because at that time when it comes to a place whereby you're not able to contain, you were told you are incompetent or you cannot run the university. Therefore, can you step aside for someone else to come and take that position?
Sorry.
That is what pains me. And that is the conversation that nobody wants to trade into, because if I trade into it, we unaongea nini?
So, university funding model for the students is not working. But overall spending, or rather funding of university education in the country is not there, starting from salaries to statutory deductions to improvement of infrastructure. Nothing seemingly is moving. And you look at university education in any country, and that is the best there is in terms of research, development, coming up with new ideas, and pushing an economy of the country forward. Now, where quality of education in these universities is affected by government's sheer lack of spending and funding universities as expected, quality goes down. From where we sit, we can be honest here. A lecturer who is sad, a lecturer who's not paid, a lecturer who's struggling, what exactly are they offering at that state? Do you reckon that then students who graduate, there's a reason why wanasema engineer in Kenya today kidogo, we might as well just go to China and have one?
Mini engineer usiongee hivyo.
But just saying, in terms of quality that students are being given.
That is why I am breaking. It could be not physically, but inside me. And I thank you people and Spice TV for giving me an opportunity, Spice FM, to air the sentiments of the students. That is the state that we are in. And we are already in a hole, but we are continuing to dig deeper. Just because of political expediency or just excitements. The lecturer, when hayuko happy with this, he'll just come in and then now give you the notes or past papers and then offer something to work around it and then move on to do a part-time perhaps in a private university or do his matatu business or do his kiosk business to supplement the income. And then because he's a lecturer, atambiwa you have a job, so you need to pay for your student. And they need to take care also of their children, their nephews, their nieces. So they need to work on something. The problem we are having is allocation of sufficient funds to university education and the entirety of the education. We appreciate that the highest funded departments or ministry or sector is education. However, it is not sufficient. We've seen the parliament passing supplementary budgets. Are there supplementary budgets in line with education if they truly care? We've seen the government of the day scrapping off debts and loans of various entities in the country. What is the big problem to make that proclamation the way they did for the coffee farmers, for the sugar farmers? Why can they say that these over 90 billion loans in help can just be scrapped off? And we start afresh and the government allocates sufficient resources to this sector. I believe in the aspect of, when we talk about development, human development and Amartya Sen's capability approach. We improve the capability and the freedoms of the generation and the citizens of one's country to be able to meet their needs and those of the country. The engineer you creating or training now, that doctor and teacher is a resource for this country. Because in the next 1 or 2 years, after they complete and they get that opportunity, they will be paying taxes. They'll be seeking to improve their livelihood. In that essence, it will be improving the country's economy. We cannot just focus on economic development alone. The people of a republic are key and instrumental. And if not today, if not this year, after these people finish university and they are unemployed. Do you know what happened in France? Do you know what happened in France? There was something that tried to happen in 2024, but it was quelled. It comes a time that the whole system will have to collapse, and then we rebuild it from the ground. It has happened elsewhere. Are we waiting for that specific moment to come so that we can remedy those things? Or can we do it right now and this moment and engage in conversation of not pointing fingers here and just having remedies that cannot? My father used to tell me that once you have a diarrhea, you cannot cure it by stitching the harness. Why are we trying to stitch the harness? And I want to understand, and I'll revert back to the question which we had is, he sat in the Presidential Working Party on education reforms, but what was presented doesn't reflect
their views.
The views. So whose views are in that policy? Is the government just interested in these education bonds and private sectors coming in? Are they the ones who are having the money and looking for somewhere to pump into after doing the KPC thing and privatization? Now they are looking further to entrench themselves. We are worried, but we need solutions as a country.
Dr. How worried are you as a parent on where we're headed with university education in this country, and whether we are serious at all in fixing the issues that we have for us to say that this education meets the required standards for all children of this country?
I would still progress to saying that if Parliament doesn't convene urgently and accord a supplementary budget to support education, we shall take it to be I don't know, but we should take it to be a parliament that is not caring, a parliament that doesn't care about the parent of this country. And I repeat again, as the young man says, he says, it put it very clearly. There is a revolution on the waiting. Do we wait until when things go worse? Do we wait until when people will say no? Do we wait until when there will be an uprising because of the suppression that the parent are undergoing? This is meat for the parliament. They can consume that and they think whether they are serious. If they don't accord priority to offloading the burden that is on the parent is tired. Puda ameshoka. And we know that when we say that, we are not taken seriously. But imagine how many parents we are in this country. The parents are the voters. The youth are the voters. But are we giving them a fair deal when we educate them? They stay home. We are overburdening the parent. When I go on feeding my 32-year-old boy, and he has a master's degree, he cannot, because nepotism has come in. When shall we be serious to saying that everybody is accorded equal opportunity where jobs are concerned? We must go away, we must put away nepotism, because I think nepotism is the thing, is the animal, is the big elephant in the parliament that when you become a parliamentarian, you want to make sure that your in-laws are employed, your cousins are employed, and everybody is. We want the government to be a bit serious and not to accord jobs through nepotism. And because I think if our students not go to the parliament, I have a boy who is actually invited in Muranga University, and I'm wondering how will I be able to fund. And this is more than 100,000 in entering the university, because you can imagine the things have changed. So I think the government should be serious, and I will repeat again, we would like to see Parliament doing a supplementary budget for funding education, and even overruling, even computation for the universities and other institutions, because they have a very big deficit that they have not paid. But money is given on paper, but is not accorded to where it is supposed to be. The helicopters that fly over this country, if that budget is put to education, I think we do not have any problem. And I think this early campaigning is using a lot of money, and it's supposed to be put where it's supposed to be. We are supposed to go back to education, fund education the way it's supposed to be funded, and make sure that there's job opportunities and educate. You see, like the CBE is a big joke. And why is it a big joke? You cannot start training people to make ropes using available material, and we are saying we are going to Singapore. I don't think Singaporean students are doing the same. They can be able to fix a Subaru engine. They can be able to do serious small things. So we should not trivialize education. And as parents, we are very tired, and we think that if the government doesn't consider funding education, they can as well say that they are not able to govern, because serious government puts a lot of resources to the youth, put a lot of resources to creating job opportunities. But this is not done. So I think we are not serious. The government is not serious. And if they continue like that, so he has said it all, it's a revolution on the waiting. It is not us who even instigate it. It will just come by its own. And it will be serious. And I think the government should take note. Please, offload the parent from this big burden of paying and funding university education and even the other educations, because I think there's no education that is funded free. From primary to high school, and you see people start having problem now. They will go to high schools to try to get their resort slips. They will not be given because they have not funded. The government will go on the top of vehicles and say, can you please give them the resort slips, because it is the shout right to get educated. Then who will pay the debtors of the schools? Who will pay the debtors of the universities? Whose burden will it be? The government is running away from its serious responsibility. And I think they should rethink and recall Parliament, convince Parliament immediately, so that we can fund education. And if it's not funded, this is our money. We are the taxpayers, and we are very agitated to see that the government is not taking matters seriously. It's trivializing serious matters. And actually prioritizing matters that are not non-status, like politicking.
Indeed.
Allow
and that
me
we
to
in 10 seconds.
Closing remark on the same. On what will happen next is the government, once there is an uproar, will close all the public universities and say they are not untenable. What we are asking of the government of the day is kindly finance university education and let us study. That is so
finance it and let's study. So it's important that some of these things came out this morning, and that is the solution. Everyone looking for a solution, that's it. Just finance it and let students study. It will be interesting to see what happens in the next couple of weeks, because it's coming. Dr. Maina wa Gaidhoro and Michael Soy, thank you for joining us in this conversation this morning. And everybody who was in the Situation Room today, thank you for being part of these conversations necessary for us to do. Good morning. It's 10 o'clock.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembur. The ODPP has established a special unit to handle election-related offences ahead of the 2027 general election. Director of Public Prosecutions Renson Ngonga says the unit comprises special trained prosecutors who